Can you hear me? It's okay, eh? Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome. It is a great pleasure and an honor to be able to address such a distinguished and knowledgeable audience. But please allow me to do it in Polish. It's better, I think. Szanowni Panie Ministrze.
Minister, we're so very grateful to you that you found the time to attend this conference. Your Excellencies, ambassadors, distinguished members of parliament, directors, representatives of the Polish armed forces, ladies and gentlemen, friends of the foundation. On the 8th and on the 9th of July 2016, we will have the summit of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization in Warsaw. The meeting of alliance heads of state and governments, partners for security within the alliance, is taking place at a key moment for NATO due to changes in the international arena and on NATO's eastern, northeastern, and southeastern flanks. And also as a result of the consequences of the Brexit, Ambassador. Ladies and gentlemen, the Brexit will not weaken NATO and it will not undermine the position of the United Kingdom in the security policy and in defense policy. The exit of the UK from the European Union can actually become an opportunity for NATO to make its presence stronger in the European continent by strengthening its components also in the post-Brexit Europe. There is no return to a situation that we had before the British referendum. Today, the alliance is aiming at a closer cooperation with the European Union, and the new European Union should take advantage of strengthening its position in Europe and the world. The alliance is a fundamental political and military organization of free democratic states. The alliance is confronted today with essential threats to the security of the Euro-Atlantic area, and in particular NATO member states. Ladies and gentlemen, the predominant aim of the summit shall be to define the direction of action needed to adjust NATO to new security-related challenges, in particular the protection of its members from universal threats emerging in many directions. And that, of course, also applies to the member states in the eastern flank. Ladies and gentlemen, it is these topics and others that we will be discussing today at this conference, which is dedicated, obviously, to the new dimension of security in Europe, and not only. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you to the seat of the Foundation of Polish-German Cooperation. We're celebrating the 25th anniversary of our foundation, and if I may, I would like to propose to you a very special publication by Professor Dr. Julian Linley-French, who is a prominent expert in NATO issues. You will find this publication in your material packs. It has been prepared especially for this conference that has been prepared by the Foundation, bearing the title NATO, the Enduring Alliance 2016, and it's to provide us with a deepened intellectual reflection on the upcoming summit. I would also like to recommend other publications that are available outside. Quite important too, and also all that I am going to be offering you will not be just limited to intellectual proposal, but we'll also have a lunch in the room adjacent. I will I have to wrap up now because I am not the key speaker, but I do wish you a very fruitful exchange on a topic which is of quite importance to us all, namely the ensuring security in a very unpredictable world where NATO is its fundamental pillar. And without further ado, if I may invite you to watch a short film about the upcoming
morning to everybody. My lines are written in English, so I will stay with this language because I think it would take me much longer to now try to translate it into Polish. At first, let me thank the hosts for inviting me, and let me congratulate them for organizing this very timely event. It takes time. It takes place in a very specific context, as it was mentioned. Firstly, we are just a week ahead of the summit, and secondly, we are in the wake of the referendum in the United Kingdom, and having His Excellency British Ambassador with us, it's very possible to meet this event. The summit in Warsaw will be the major security policy event this year. It will certainly not be a routine meeting of that kind. The fact that the summit will be organized in Warsaw mirrors the changes that happened in Europe and in NATO throughout recent years. The continuously evolving security environment in and around Europe has, of course, informed the Allied debate in the run-up to the summit. In the East, Russia's aggressive actions against Ukraine have seriously challenged the international order in Europe, developed after the Cold War. This challenge has reinforced. This challenge is reinforced by constant development of Russian military capabilities, including the anti-access area denial complexes from the High North to Baltic and Black Seas to Syria and Eastern Mediterranean. The threats from the south, sparked by the crisis and instability in the Middle East North Africa region, although of different nature as those in the East, pose a serious threat as well. These challenging factors coming from both directions will have a long-lasting impact on European security. From that perspective, the alliance remains the main source of firm security guarantees in the Euro-Atlantic area. Allies have acknowledged and collectively embarked on a long-term military, political, and strategic adaptation of alliance instruments, adapting them to the new security situation. The multi-dimensionality of all of the above-mentioned challenges require commensurate responses for both the eastern and southern strategic directions. The summit will tackle both these questions and on how to strengthen the security of both the eastern flank and how to respond to the situation in the south. The measures adopted in Newport, especially the Readiness Action Plan, increased the overall readiness and the responsiveness of Allied forces, reinvigorating the collective defense and providing visible assurance to allies at risk. The decisions initiated the long-term adaptation, taking into account both the important geographical directions. The key issue is further adaptation, and the key issue is also to maintain credibility of NATO's security guarantees and strengthen the mechanism of collective defense. First step, as I mentioned, has been made in Warsaw, in Wales. I'm sorry. At Warsaw, building on Newport's decisions, we need to go further and we need to do a qualitative step forward by strengthening NATO's deterrence and defense posture. Since the end of the Cold War, this posture in the East has been based on the principle of reinforcement. This remains to be essential because the alliance isn't going to deploy tens of thousands of troops on its eastern flank. The security is still the question of risk management. But between Newport and Warsaw, we've come to understand that reinforcement has to be balanced by some measures of deploying troops in the proximity of possible sources of threats. And the summit in Warsaw will adopt this concept by adding the extended forward presence to the reinforcement principle. This presence is to be multinational, conducted on a rotational basis, supported by a program of exercises and complemented by necessary enablers. Battle groups in every 4 countries, this is Poland and 3 Baltic states, is a minimum what is necessary. Those forces, again, will not be able to fundamentally change the force ratio in the eastern flank and will by no means be able to fuel some kind of arms race. They will be an effective bumper in order to delay an aggressive action and to provide effective deterrence, guaranteeing that any attack on the eastern flank will be the case for all of the allies from its beginning. And that will certainly decrease the likelihood of any aggression on Europe's eastern flank. This is what Poland finds to be the most fundamental deliverable from the summit. And Poland is determined to bring value added to strengthening of both the eastern and southeastern flank of the alliance. And we have offered an active support, and we've offered to contribute to the enhanced forward presence in the region, including the Baltic states. We will also continue to be active in the Baltic air policing mission. We will also be the first nation to start the air policing in Bulgaria in September this year. But we cannot also forget about the security in the south that is affecting all of us in either direct or indirect nature. This security situation has deteriorated to a point where the alliance has to be more proactive, and Poland fully recognizes the importance of challenges from that direction. The nature of these challenges is, however, very different from those on the eastern flank, and we need some other instruments to react. An important part of NATO's role on the southern flank should be strengthening the support to Northern African and Middle Eastern neighbors. By projecting stability in those directions, the alliance can help them to enhance their defensive capabilities and become more resilient. It further contributes to the overall security of the allies. A closer cooperation between NATO and the EU to better assist the partners is also important. Poland remains resolved in its commitment to contribute to the security of the southern flank. As we speak, our forces deploy to Kuwait and Iraq in order to support the actions of the counter-ISIL coalition, and this is a visible proof of Poland's commitment. He joined the company of ambassadors of UK and Germany. I should add some brief comments on first Polish-German relations and then on Brexit. On Polish-German relations, I would like to say that a number of analysts have cast doubts on whether the new government in Poland is able to continue fruitful and positive relation with Germany in security dimension, and I think that the recent meeting in Berlin, which was meant to mark the 25th anniversary of the Polish-German treaty, was actually a good proof that this is not the case. The initial conversations might not have been as easy as in the recent past, but I think that once we discover common fields of interest and common fields of possible action, we can go even farther with truly strategic goals. And I think that this was the spirit of the conversation between Minister Macierewicz and Minister von der Leyen. And we've actually, I think that we've identified a number of initiatives that go beyond just purely symbolic nature and can build on that synergy of interests. And what I also wanted to add is that the perception of both ministers of the security situation is actually quite quite similar, and this is something very positive. So we are looking with hope on the prospects for Polish-German security and defense cooperation. And finally, on Brexit, we are convinced that the verdict from last week, whenever it will or not materialize, will not affect the solid contribution of the United Kingdom to the North Atlantic Alliance, and that Britain will remain as it was a very solid contributor, and we are convinced that we want to further develop our very meaningful relationship in terms of security and defense. Secondly, the referendum shows us that there is a need to closely look into how the EU is operating, where are the deficits, where can we do better, in order to avoid such surprises in the future. But we have to reflect on that collectively, not through variable geometry, because that can only lead to deeper divisions. That's the last thing we need. The buzzword before the summit should be solidarity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Teraz proszę o zabranie głosu pana ambasadora Zjednoczonego Królestwa Wielkiej Brytanii, Irlandii Północnej, Jonathana Nota.
Jonathan Nott, the ambassador of the United Kingdom and Northern Ireland to Poland. Over to you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, thank you again for the invitation to come and speak today. Thank you for allowing me to speak in English today as well. That makes my task a little easier. It's been a very fluid time in the UK over the last week. But one of the things which has not changed is the UK's commitment to NATO. The UK will respect and continue its commitment, more specifically, to provide troops for the EFP, for the enhanced forward presence on our eastern flank. The UK will continue to take part in the third Baltic air policing rotation. The UK will lead the VJTF in 2017. We will commit a battle group to the Polish-led VJTF in 2020. We are committed to NATO. We are committed to a successful 21st century NATO and to North Atlantic and European defence together. What we see in NATO is that we're on a journey which, for us, conceptually at least, began in Newport, as the Minister has mentioned. We think that journey continues this year, and if you like, our tagline is from Wales to Warsaw. We see that as a continuation, a development. We believe that Newport, that Wales, gave us a great start. We believe that it gave the alliance an opportunity swiftly to react to changing circumstances. We also believe now that Warsaw comes at exactly the right time, having seen developments around Europe, particularly in the east of Europe, but also the south of Europe in the intervening time. We can now properly react at the Warsaw Summit. The UK continues to believe in the international rules-based system. We believe that as an alliance, NATO has a vital interest in seeing that rules-based international order maintained. And as I've said, we remain committed to a rules-based European security architecture. Now, of course, we have challenges, and one of those big challenges as an organisation together is around the behaviour of Russia, because Russia does not abide by those rules. I don't think I need to develop that theme very much. Let me just say Crimea, Eastern Ukraine, Georgia. So in this context, specifically in Warsaw, we're looking at building on the decisions we took in Newport and in Wales. We're looking at ways where we can effectively deter and defend Europe. And specifically, we're looking at this enhanced forward presence, the forward presence to which we will be contributing troops. So, of course, from our point of view, the Euro-Atlantic unity in NATO is key. We must support each other, we must defend each other, we must show unity. And in the preparations for Warsaw, together with our chairman, together with our hosts, we're committed to playing a leading role to ensure that. We're committed to defending our allies. We're committed to defending Poland. And we think that the NATO summit will offer a further pledge of all allies' commitment to defending this eastern flank. Now, of course, and as the Minister has made reference to already, NATO, this summit, is not just about the eastern flank. We must also look at our southern flank. There, NATO must play an enhanced role, focusing on the areas in which we can add value and where we can support the efforts of the existing actors to address the existing challenges. We need to be proactive on the southern flank in securing long-term regional stability through defence capacity building and through other initiatives which we'll discuss at the summit. So as well as the east and south flank, I think the third element, although there are many more, that I touch on in this brief speech, this brief presentation, is defence investment. Because in order to do all of the things which we should and we must have the resource to do it. The UK will continue to meet its 2% GDP pledge on defence spending. The UK will continue to respect its 20% of that pledge spending on new equipment. And we very much welcome the undertakings, again, which our hosts have made on both of those commitments as well. We think it's important that all of our allies do what they can to hit those targets. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm optimistic. The UK is optimistic. In particular, we're optimistic about NATO, and in particular, we're optimistic about the NATO summit. We think it's a summit that can show NATO unity. We think it's a summit that can help continue to make NATO relevant, make NATO fit for purpose, if you like, in the rest of the 21st century. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Ze swojej strony dziękuję panu ambasadorowi za
Very much, Ambassador, for this very clear declaration also addressed to Poland in terms of the security of our country. The United Kingdom, of course, is a very important ally of Poland, but the other very important ally is the Federal Republic of Germany. So if I may, I would like to give the floor over to the German ambassador.
Pani Minister,
Minister,
dear colleague Ambassador Jonathan Nott, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Szanowni Państwo, Also, I'm very happy to see here a lot of old NATO friends, NATO hands, so very happy to be here. Thanks for the organization of this very timely event. The foundation of Polish-German cooperation has shown again that is very much up to the current challenges and organizes the right events at the right moment. I'm happy also to be here because I can talk about something else than Brexit. Because if you look around these days, and specifically since Friday, there seems to be nothing but Brexit. But there is a lot more than Brexit, and a lot of interconnections, as a matter of fact. But let me say one thing, because you, Panie Minister, also touched upon this. Polish-German relations are actually very good. They are the best in history. And one should remind some of the pundits these days that this is actually the case. And specifically, and you pointed out to that, we agree on the assessment of the security situation. No question, and the last government consultations in Berlin really confirmed this matter. Let me say one thing also, if I may, about Brexit. There's a lot of heat everywhere. In my view, too much heat. So please, let's all contribute to calm down things a little bit and to turn down the heat. Because it's a serious event, yes. In my view, it's also a dark day in Europe's history, okay. But let's not contribute by our action to further complicate the situation and to further make things more difficult than they actually are. A couple of years ago, former secure commander coined the phrase, if NATO does not go out of area, it will go out of business. We have come a long way from there. Today, NATO is very much in business, and certainly not only out of area. So the upcoming NATO summit, as was pointed out already, is certainly not a routine event, and NATO can show that it's a factor of stability in this difficult world that we live in. So there is some measured optimism for this upcoming event. Let me make my short presentation in 3 points. The first one is we are confronted with a 360-degree threat and risk scenario. It's a fact we're living in difficult and dangerous times. International crises are getting more frequent and they get closer to our doorsteps. In fact, in some cases, they have already reached NATO territory. There are challenges from the south and challenges from the east, and who knows, maybe sometime in the future also from the north. In Ukraine, i.e. Crimea and Donbass, international law has been broken. The post-Cold War transatlantic security architecture based on the CSC Final Act and the Charter of Paris has been seriously undermined. In Paris, Brussels, and earlier on, London and Madrid, terrorists have attacked innocent people and through them our very way of life. Failing states such as Syria and Libya produce or let pass large waves of refugees, which create huge challenges for the countries where those people touch European soil first. New challenges such as cyber attacks and hybrid warfare constitute additional risk, which in some cases may equal Article 5 scenarios. Even though a deal with Iran has been concluded, WMD, weapons of mass destruction and missile proliferation, can also not be excluded from the list of possible threat scenarios. What does this mean? And that is my second point. Under these circumstances, NATO is not only the enduring alliance, as the title suggests today, it's more necessary than ever. NATO is still the most important security provider in the Euro-Atlantic area and beyond. It is not the only one, though. But when push comes to shove, American involvement and therefore NATO is absolutely key. The alliance has to adapt to these new threat scenarios. This requires a number of things for the alliance as a whole. We need to have the political resolve and the forces to address all these issues, maybe not necessarily at the same time. We need to be flexible to react to emerging contingencies rapidly, possibly in connection with other security providers. Thirdly, we need to be unified on the basis of our common values, solidarity, and shared interests. And fourthly, we need a whole toolbox of instruments, both militarily and political, to react appropriately to different scenarios. Now, what does this mean for the NATO summit? Firstly, with respect to the challenges from the East, deterrence and dialogue are necessary, with two big Ds. Both concepts have served us well in the past, starting with the Hamel report, the Pershing debate in the 80s, etc. On the deterrence front, things are shaping up well. Since NATO's defense ministerial a couple of weeks ago, there is agreement amongst allies about an enhanced forward presence based on rotating units. Germany is ready to be the framework nation for one of the 4 battalions to be set up in this process. We are thus one of only 4 nations which have taken up this responsibility. We thus confirm our strong commitment to the defense of our allies on the eastern flank. Their security is our security. It follows up on the big role we have assumed in the implementations of the decisions of the Wales Summit. We have taken the responsibility to lead the VHTF. We have increased our presence at the multinational core northeast in Szczecin, with 5,000 soldiers participating in military exercises in 2015. We accounted for the strongest presence of the alliance in the region. And on top of it, we are in the process of establishing a very close bilateral relationship, and I think, Mr. Minister, you alluded to this as well, with the Polish armed forces through common unit structures. This is without precedent. Well, maybe France is the exception. On dialogue, the resumption of the NATO-Russia Council's work was the right signal. We need to communicate that we want to avoid any misunderstanding about NATO's posture. It is purely defensive and commensurate with the threat which has been created. We want to minimize the risks arising from close encounters, and we want to keep open channels to explore possible avenues of cooperation, even that may seem difficult, or even difficult that may seem at the moment. With respect to the challenges of the South, Germany is ready, together with other allies, to project stability into an uncertain neighborhood. Certainly, NATO's role in this context is a different one than on the continent, but it is nevertheless very important because some of the allies are engaged in combat operations in Syria and Iraq. Germany is engaged in northern Iraq with 150 soldiers for training purposes for Peshmerga, as well as with equipment. Thirdly, we are committed to the principle of NATO's open door policy. We do not think, however, like many other allies, that enlarging NATO at this moment is a very good idea. Any Article 5 commitment must be credible. If it is not, it endangers the whole alliance. Fourthly, we are in favor of confirming the initial capability of NATO's missile defense system. It is directed against a limited missile threat from the Middle East. It does not jeopardize in any way whatsoever anybody else's security. And it certainly does not undermine Russia's second strike capability. Fifthly, in light of specific threats such as cyber or hybrid warfare, we think that close cooperation between NATO and the US is absolutely key. Consequently, we favor a meeting between both organizations in Warsaw during the summit in July. And recent events, of course, have made this meeting even more important. In conclusion, NATO is in full transformation to adapt to a new world of the 21st century full of risks and challenges. But not everything should be thrown overboard. And we have to calibrate our approach and our communication wisely. This is not only the time of the military, it's also the time of diplomats. As Charles de Gaulle, if I remember correctly, said, la sécurité est trop importante pour laisser tout simplement aux militaires. Thank you very much.
Herr Botschafter, wir bedanken uns für diese
Very much, Ambassador, for this presentation on the role of NATO in Europe. Thank you very much for reaffirming that NATO is a pillar of European security, and so it should remain. Ladies and gentlemen, deterrence and dialogue are both important. We should nonetheless be very cautious and judicious in our assessment of the situation, of the security situation in Europe. After these presentations, and now let us watch a brief film, NATO Military Power 2016, and then we can begin the first panel.
Dzień dobry Państwu, witam serdecznie. Ja się nazywam
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. My name is Andrzej Stanciewicz. I'll be hosting the first panel, which will concern the international challenges in our neighborhood prior to the NATO summit. If you'll allow me, I'll invite our panelists while introducing them. General Waldemar Skrzypczak, former Undersecretary of State at the MND, commander of the Multinational Division Central South in Iraq in 2005. Professor Julian Lindley French, who is the Vice President of the Atlantic Treaty Association, Senior Fellow at the Institute of Statecraft in London, the National Defense University in Washington, the Netherlands Defense Academy in The Hague, Canadian Global Affairs Institute. Professor François Aisbourg, Advisor to the French Foreign Ministry Planning Staff, Chairman of the Foundation Council of the Geneva Center for Security Policy, and Head of the International Center for Strategic Studies in London. Dr. Karl-Heinz Kamp, President of the Federal Academy for Security Policy in Berlin, former Director of the NATO Research Division in... And his successor, as Director of the Research Division of NATO Defense College in Rome, Dr. Jeffrey Larson. Sir, if you could join us. Ladies and gentlemen, we do not have a lot of time, and our speakers are very interesting, and I suggest we keep military discipline, which is very much appropriate here. The rules, the ground rules for this debate is that each of our panelists will have 10 minutes, and I'll keep the time like a drill sergeant or a corporal even, and I suggest that each of our panelists comment on 5 matters. I will refer to texts written by our panelists. These 5 topics that I think are worth covering. 5 matters which are crucial prior to the NATO summit are the political uncertainty in crucial NATO member states. This had been mentioned by both ambassadors in the context of the Brexit, but we also have a potential policy shift and potential leadership change in the United States, given Trump's comments on NATO. We also have the political situation in Turkey, the latest relationship between Turkey and Russia, how this can affect not the outcome of the NATO summit, and then relations with NATO. There is no need for me to go into that. Which way may the Kremlin's policy go, and is practical policy, as mentioned by our German partners, possible? Is engagement possible? Or after the conflict in Ukraine, should Russia be treated as an adversary? Then NATO, Daesh, the Islamic State, to what extent should NATO be involved in suppressing the Islamic State? There has been opinion that an ad hoc coalition put together by NATO weakens NATO's structures if it's a coalition of the willing. 4 are the crises in the European Union. I'm referring to Brexit, but also the migration crisis, the Greek situation. Does that affect European security? And 5, are the member states able to assure the defense spending required by NATO, apart from a number of states which will have combat and expeditionary capability? Will the rest of the NATO member states be paper tigers, unable to defend their own territory? Let's begin with Mr. Jeffrey Larson. I have a document that you've compiled, Time to Face Reality, Priorities for NATO, the 2016 Warsaw Summit, where you refer to the relationship with Russia, and you write, and I quote,
Russia shaken up the security environment of Europe and the alliance dramatically in the past 2 years, and it shows little sign of returning to a normal state anytime soon. Czy Pana zdaniem to jest rzeczywiście...
Do you think that this is really a tendency in Russian policy, and will Russia continue to be an unpredictable country in the foreseeable future?
Well, thank you. Thank you. I anticipated being the final speaker, so you've caught me off guard already. Some drill sergeant. Yes, I think that we are facing a long-term change in relationship with Russia. The current leadership has returned, again, we're all familiar with this, but I do believe that they're returning to a 19th century view of great power politics in which Russia wishes to ensure a place at the table and is likely to continue to be finding ways to challenge the West. And this will mean that NATO is, NATO's 25-year interregnum of not having to worry about having a major competitor in Europe is ending, has ended. I think the events of 2014 were a real turning point for the alliance and for European security. I began my career as a Soviet studies major and undergraduate, but I, like most Russian majors, gave that up after 1990, and so I can't claim to be one now, but I get the feeling that this is a sea change in Russian relations with the West. I would not say it's a sea change in Russian political culture. I think it's a return to traditional Russian perspectives, but I would leave that to the other experts in the room to answer. But I do believe that we're facing a long-term challenge from the East, in addition to all the other challenges we've already heard mentioned this morning.
And could you comment on the other issues I proposed? I mean, the role NATO in the conflict with Daesh, for instance, and the political uncertainty in some NATO states. How can it influence the fulfilling the decisions of NATO summit in Warsaw?
Well, I don't think the political uncertainty is going to affect the current summit, personally. I don't want to comment too much on Brexit, except to say that this is it's a sovereign decision. It's had ripple effects and second-order effects on the markets and on currency exchanges and so on. But it, as the ambassador said this morning, it will not affect Britain's commitment to NATO. It will not affect Britain's relationship with the United States or presumably with its European allies. And I think it's too soon, or perhaps too late, for summit preparations to have any major effect on what is going to be announced and has already been decided, let's face it, within NATO circles for next week's meeting. The uncertainty within my own home country, and I don't represent the United States, I'm a NATO civilian employee, but since I come from the United States, I have to admit, yes, there is uncertainty in our political system, and to be quite honest, it's a little embarrassing trying to explain just how we got to this point in America's electoral process that we are facing the choices we are this year. I do not believe that Donald Trump will be or could be elected president. However, stranger things have happened, and we thought he would be gone by now, and he's still hanging in there. So one would hope that if he does become president, that political common sense would rule, that he would have good advisors who would explain to him the sovereign commitment that my country has made to the security of Europe for 3 generations now, and that he would not act on some of the candid and less than thoughtful comments he has made on the campaign trail about NATO or the U.S. commitments there too. If Mrs. Clinton is elected, she has a much stronger background and an understanding of international affairs, and would certainly be a stronger advocate for continued support to NATO. There's also the possibility of a third-party candidate, as slim as that might be, and we don't hear much about that, but the Libertarian Party in America has a candidate who has a former governor of a state who has strong views, and the Libertarian Party is somewhat isolationist in its makeup. So this could be another concern for NATO security if this unusual scenario were to come about. Turkey, obviously, we have concerns within NATO, but we work very closely with Turkey and its military. And at the NATO Defense College, we have a large contingent of Turkish officers and political officials on the staff. That does not change our concerns about the direction of its government, but I don't think I should comment further on that. Southern flank, I don't know, to be honest. I don't have a strong opinion on that. It is not NATO's responsibility, and so far they've left it to this international coalition or to the European Union. But when I've been going around Europe and giving talks this past several months, several people in the audience have raised the question for me, why are we talking about NATO and its conventional forces and its nuclear deterrence capabilities when the real threats we're facing today are twofold? It's illegal migration and it's terrorism in the cities of Europe. What is NATO doing about that? And neither of those are core responsibilities of the alliance, but perhaps they will have to be, given if the public continues to demand that somebody deal with these issues. I don't think we'll see much in the summit next week on these two topics, but I believe that the alliance may have to begin dealing more directly with these in the near future. I think I'll stop there.
Bardzo proszę o zabranie głosu pana Karla.
And now, Mr. Karl-Heinz Kamp, I have a text here that he wrote after the Wales summit, which in a sense anticipated which way NATO should go following Russia's actions in Ukraine. Back then, you called for the deployment of more troops and equipment in Central and Eastern Europe, so I take it that the decisions which most likely will be made at the Warsaw Summit are in line with your approach to NATO member security and the eastern flank following Russia's aggression on Ukraine.
Well, thank you so much. I think that the summit will come up with a number of very important messages with regard to its cohesion, alliance cohesion, and adaptability. And these messages will be clearly heard east of the alliance and south of the alliance. And two are important. That one is, I come to your point immediately, that first, the alliance is capable to act politically very swiftly, regardless what it takes. If you just recall, taking one of the scenarios Jeff was just mentioning, that it took 32 hours to agree on the mission of refugee observation in the Aegean Sea. 32 hours, from the idea to the signature of the NATO military commander. And second, NATO proves to be military capable to act because of stationing decisions, which will be confirmed at the Warsaw Summit, because of the US taking their commitments very, very seriously. Just recall how we were talking about the pivot to Asia, and now we have $3.4 billion for the European Reassurance Initiative. We have the third US Combat Brigade here, and so on. So all this will have two effects and one question mark. The first effect is, positive effect is, that the debate we had in NATO on the military stationing, whether it has to be persistent or permanent, is futile. Because we have now a stationing modus which guarantees that at every given moment there will be a significant number of military forces in Eastern Europe. And this sends a strong deterrence message to the East. The second point is that also the Europeans step up to the military necessities to deploy forces there. The framework nation concept, which is the idea of combining the limited capacities of the smaller countries with the capacities of the bigger countries, actually works. So once again, a strong signal of deterrence, because this guarantees that in Eastern Europe, forces of a huge number of NATO allies, first and foremost the US, will be stationed. Which means any military planner in the East, let's say in Russia, provided he or she exists, and he or she plans the military aggression against Poland or the Baltic countries, has to assess the fact that it will be not that the attacking forces will not be only confronted with Polish soldiers or Baltic soldiers, but with soldiers of 5, 6, 7, 8 NATO countries. And this changes the cost-benefit analysis significantly. The only question mark we have is that we know that we, means NATO, knows that all this, the military stationing, is not enough yet. We had in NATO a military exercise a couple of months ago, CMX, which simulated the growth of Russian or of attacking forces and the growth of NATO forces. And in this simulation, NATO forces still could not keep up with the speed of the Russian force. So there's still things to do. This is why, last point on this, Warsaw, like Wales, the previous summit, is not the end of a development, but one step forward in a fundamental adaptation of NATO to a completely new security order in Europe, in the new Article 5 world in which we are now. I admit that it took one or two NATO allies a little longer to realize that we are in the Article 5 world, but on balance, I think NATO adapted very quickly also, and that was your question, in the military field.
One or two countries you mentioned, can you name these countries? It will be very interesting.
I have an extremely short memory, and I'm a member of the German government, so I have even a shorter memory. But no, it is pretty normal. Aside from joking, just recall where we were in early 2014. Many people, regardless where, believed this is just a bad weather period. And that was a serious assessment. And it took a while to understand that this is not a bad weather period, but it is a fundamental climate change. And you cannot blame those who assessed it differently, because hardly anyone expected, and this is my personal assessment, that Russia would do something going so obviously against its own interests. I mean, let's face it, Russia did not win so much so far. Cost a hell of a lot of money. Yes, it has, Mr. Putin might have a much higher public support, but on balance, the result of all this, the annexation of Crimea, being aggressive in Eastern Europe, did not pay off. So
the question is, what is the aim of Putin's policy?
Well, I think that Putin has, and I'm not an expert on this region, but Russia has a very clear strategy. And Putin says this time and again. His strategy, and this is legitimate, is to reposition Russia among the group of globally influential countries, to put Russia back in a position which he believes it had before in the Cold War, one of the 2, 3, 4 top countries in the world, leading powers in the world. And it is legitimate to wish to be there again in this group. What is not legitimate are the means he has chosen, namely using military force to change borders in Europe. So we can see the strategy very clearly. We also know that Russia is going to pursue with the strategy. This is not going to end. That's why I was saying it is not a bad weather period. It's a fundamental climate change. And this actually worries me at least as much as the potential military danger of Russia, since Russia is punching significantly below its weight. And it's not able to support its world leadership approach economically. There is the danger of a disintegration in Russia. Russia is where it is now, and I mean you have to take into account that in the Cold War, where was Russia? Russia was number 1.5, number 2 in the world, whatever. Today, Russia is a country that has not have a single product on the world market except weapons and energy. Nothing else. At the same time, China builds computers and cell phones, which is high-end technology. In 10 years, and we are likely to have Putin for another almost 10 years, 2024. Russia has lost another decade of modernization. Russia is where it is today because of having lost 2 decades, 3 decades of modernization. And in 10 years from now, 2024, it will have another decade of modernization lost. And whether then Russia is really able to satisfy the needs of its publication, I'm not so sure.
Bardzo proszę pana profesora François Heisburga. Pan profesor przygotował...
To Professor François Heisburg, because you have set up your 5 points from the French perspective in terms of an important perspective of the Warsaw Summit. Of course, here the reference to NATO-Russian relations appears in number 1, in bullet point 1, and also a postulate to try and understand Mr. Putin. But perhaps you, Professor, can elaborate on it best, if you can tell us about the French perspective of the NATO summit, sir.
Yeah, I don't speak for the French government, and I think that was pretty clear in the paper that you that I sent you. I just happen to be French, and I would not be surprised if the government of my own country would have its own views on some of the things that I say, which would not be the same. On Russia, first thing, I agree with what was said about the notion that this is climate change and not simply bad weather. We have some good news, but we also have bad news. The good news is that, contrary to President Putin's expectations, the annexation of Crimea did not lead to a splitting of the European Union's attitude towards Russia.
Not yet.
It's like we're in 2016. This happened more than 2 years ago. Thanks to Germany's fortitude, the European Union remained united on this. Now, Germany may change its mind, and I think Mr. Steinmeier has given some signals of what he would like to see happen, which is not necessarily what Mrs. Merkel would want to see happen, but until now, on this one, Putin has failed. And this was a surprise for Russia. Secondly, Putin is stuck in Donbass. Nobody wants Donbass. Ukraine is not interested. Russia is not interested. Even the people in Donbass are not interested. And he is stuck with these horrible little people, the paramilitary groups in Donbass. And we don't need to even try to make his life miserable. His life is pretty miserable. This, I think, is the American approach, and I think the Americans are right on this. Good news. Third element of good news, and that is indeed the not so quick response by NATO, but adequate response by NATO. It will have taken us more than 2 years to agree on the enhanced forward presence. But we're getting there, and that is good news. Yes, we will have the tripwire force. Yes, we will be in the Churchillian framework where, you know, when Churchill was asked, how many American soldiers will it take to defend Europe against the Soviet Union? And Churchill's answer is supposed to have been, oh, 1 soldier will be quite enough, preferably dead. So that is the good news. The bad news. First of all, Russia is a revisionist power. Secondly, Russia does not define its interest on the basis of the number of cell phones it produces. We may believe that this is old thinking, but I don't think Putin would agree with you. I don't think he does measure interest in power in terms of the number of cell phones that Russia can or cannot produce. That was Medvedev's approach. And of course it has failed miserably. No, Putin is all about domestic power on the one hand. In this he has been very successful. And it's about the power of Russia in the world. Russia is back in the Middle East, strongly, successfully. I don't know for how long, but it certainly has been very impressive. He has been remarkably effective in the United Nations. How many countries did we have on our side when it came to condemn the ruthless and totally illegal annexation of Crimea? Well, as the Russians would put it, they had a large demographic majority in the United Nations. And furthermore, in terms of the vision of how you run the international system, the Russians have good friends not only amongst the dictatorships, but also among some of the rising democracies, like India, like Brazil. His is a world vision which is broadly shared. So let's not kid ourselves. Russia is punching way above its weight. It has the GDP of Spain today, and it has the population of Japan. But believe me, nobody thinks that Russia is just like Japan or that it is just like Spain. It's a big boy on the block. Other element of bad news, and this is one which we folks here in Warsaw should be thinking about very hard, and that's the ABM side. Russia has made it very clear under Yeltsin and under Putin that the deployment of ABM systems, however you define them, in Eastern and Central Europe, runs against what the Russians determined to be their own interest. Now we can explain until we're red and blue in the face, like Ambassador Nicol did earlier on, that this does not compromise the credibility of Russia's nuclear time, blah, 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 etc. The Russians do not believe it. And they haven't believed it for the last 20 years. So when we confirm the continuation of our post-Iran deal deployment in Romania, in Poland, etc., Putin will have to act. He will have to act. He cannot remain without reaction. I don't know where that reaction is going to be and what it is going to be. It can be maybe something to do with Turkey, maybe something to do with the INF Treaty, maybe something to do with gray zones. I have my own little scenario on the Spitsbergen Islands, which are conveniently close to Murmansk and Arkhangelsk, to be a concern, a legitimate strategic concern for the Russians. There are all sorts of ways in which the Russians can react. And the last point, I mentioned Turkey. Southern flank is not a responsibility of NATO. Well, Turkey is a member of NATO. Turkey happens to be in the southern flank. I have no patience or sympathy vis-à-vis the Erdogan school of international relations, even if there are many countries which seem to be keen on imitating Erdogan's approach of getting into trouble with most of his neighbors. We have to view, and it's one of the two ambassadors who said we really have to take a 360-degree view of our strategic environment. We cannot say, to the south, it's not NATO's responsibility. We should be reinforcing the capability of the local states to be strong and stable. Strong and stable like in Egypt or Libya or Syria or Yemen. Great, very successful policy. And NATO worries about the Suwalki gap. No. This does not make sense. Putin has an integrated strategy. He works in Ukraine and he works in Syria. He does not divide his world into the West, his West, and his South. No, he simply views this as his strategic environment, overall, 360 degrees. We should be doing the same. We should not have, what was the expression I heard earlier on this morning? Variable geometry when it comes to NATO's area of responsibility. We have to be pick and choose of the 1990s variety. That's over, or it should be over. You cannot, you Poland, cannot pick and choose between the Suwalki Gap and Libya. We, the French, cannot choose between Libya and the Suwalki Gap. We have to do both, because they're both part of a strategic space.
Dziękuję bardzo. Bardzo proszę o zabranie głosu.
Thank you very much. And if I could ask Mr. Julian Lindley French to take the floor, and I would highly recommend the entry in his blog that he made here in Warsaw yesterday. I think was one of the most insightful response why the Brexit ever took space.
Of the Labour Party, the loss of white working and not so working class, splits in Conservative Party, and so on and so on. Jakieś kilkadziesiąt powodów, dla których doszło.
Several number of reasons why you've decided that the Brexit has taken place, and you actually say that you have actually predicted it. But perhaps Brexit aside, if you could please tell us about the threats that you see we should respond to also in our discussions to the NATO summit.
Okay. I just want you, outside of the Brexit, not commenting on the Brexit because everybody can read it on your blog. I want you to comment about the challenges before the NATO summit. I mean, international challenges before and after the NATO summit. I mean, the fulfilling the results of NATO summit after the summit.
Yeah, thank you. Suffice to say on Brexit that my country has indeed suffered a disaster in the last week.
And tomorrow we also, yeah.
Losing to Iceland
yeah.
was very bad. Very bad indeed. But there is a link between Warsaw and Brexit to an extent, which is, and with respect to our ambassadorial colleagues, I hear it again in this room at times, which is a refusal to face reality. I was warning for years before Brexit that this could happen, because I know my people. I come from Yorkshire. I know these people. I know what they feel. And if Warsaw is going to move the alliance forward in the context of the climate change that Karl-Heinz talks about, of the 360-degree strategy which Francois talks about, then it's got to really ensure that it faces the reality of change that's taking place beyond our borders. And that is profound change, and it's not in our favour. And the longer that we go on avoiding fundamentals, coming up with more pledges, I counted some 20 pledges in the Wales Summit Declaration, and yet since Wales, forces and resources have again declined. And in relative terms, they've declined rapidly with illiberal power, particularly military power, that's growing not just around our borders, but stretching the United States thin. And it strikes me implicit in Warsaw is something that Wales began, and I hope will be addressed, what I suspect will be the first Washington summit in NATO after the US presidential elections, which is a recognition that NATO can only survive as a credible, enduring alliance if it's understood as part of American grand strategy and the European role therein. Because the Americans will have nothing like the preponderance of power to cope with simultaneous crises. And they could well face simultaneous crises in the world, in Asia Pacific, the Middle East, possibly in Europe. And we Europeans are going to have to step up to the plate to really be able to be effective first responders. As Francois says, in our strategic environment in its entirety. And when I talk about strategic environment, I don't simply mean geographical. I mean a new understanding of the application of power. You know, I love those films showing glossy bits of military kit flying around. But that's not power. That's really not power. Power is an application of political will through instruments of influence to effect in a whole raft of manners. Given that we are now facing adversaries who will seek to exploit all our many vulnerabilities, our openness, our very connectivity, we're going to have a new concept of deterrence, defense, and offense if deterrence itself is to be credible. And military power will have to take its place in a much broader array of instruments if that is to be credible in the wider sense. And that's where the alliance needs to address its role. And what I fear, and it brings me back to Brexit, because I hear what the ambassador says, but my country does face at least 2, possibly 3, possibly 4 years of utter strategic distraction. You're going to get the number 2 power in NATO, the second military power in NATO, desperately fighting for its structural survival. The Scottish insurgents will seek to make this an attack on the United Kingdom again. The UKIP insurgents will seek to make this an attack on the mainstream. And last week, London effectively decapitated itself politically and is now in a vacuum. And like it or not, Britain will be distracted. And I fear that much of the EU will be distracted coping with Britain's distraction. And yet the world beyond our borders goes on. So, yep, I endorse what the ambassadors have said, and that applies to NATO. Calm down, keep calm, focus on fundamentals, but face reality. And I am saddened. That's the only word that I can put it. And I'm sure Francois, Karl-Heinz, Jeff, colleagues here will agree with me. By the ability of too much of our political class across Europe, a refusal to face what is going on out there and to properly prepare. You know, I hear about NATO has an ability to deploy VHATF, enhanced NATO response force, blah, 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 blah. But the other month, a couple of months ago, and I'll conclude on this initial comment, I spent a day at NATO headquarters being briefed by senior NATO officials about NATO's preparedness, both on the eastern and southern flanks. The next day, I chaired Exercise Eagle Eye down in Italy with NATO commanders. And it was like talking to 2 different NATOs. I had the nice, smooth, yes, we have lots of exercising going on. We have the enhancement programs of defense education. There are more capabilities coming online. We have these new forces. And what struck me was when one senior military commander got up and said to me, well, if you look at the reality of what they're telling you on paper, a lot of that simply doesn't exist because a lot of it relied on American enablers, which even the United States no longer has to bring into line. And I was particularly shocked when the officer in charge of exercise programming got up and said, well, we haven't got the money to carry out the exercises that NATO wishes us to carry out. The funding's being blocked. Those are the fundamentals which the alliance must address if it's going to be credible. It's no good hiding that from reality, or indeed the political side of the house not understanding the reality of the military side of the house. That's, to my mind, much more dangerous than any of the immediate external challenges is our own internal lack of cohesion.
Mr. Lindley French, and if I understand his intention correctly, mentioned military spending. I mean, I understand your intention was to mention military spending by member states. In the conference materials, you'll find lists, and the truth is that not many countries live up to the 2% commitment, which is why General Szczypczak of the Polish Armed Forces is such a good panelist, first as the commander of the Army of the Land Forces, then as the officer responsible for military spending, Well, Poland has been spending 2% of its GDP on defense, but just to throw a spanner in the works, I do not represent a government at the moment, so I'm allowed to do that, and neither does the general. What the general said was greeted with some controversy in Poland when the general admitted that the Polish army was unable to defend its territory, was unable to stop aggression, which led to a debate in Poland on the state of the Polish armed forces and the need to cooperate with NATO. Now, General, if you could comment, especially on military spending. To what extent should the NATO change in order to have money for exercises so commanders do not complain that many things are on paper? Yes, it's true. The fundamental problem for NATO and the NATO armed forces is the policy of NATO member states' governments, which do not see the need specified as the need to secure military spending in the army on their modernization and training, because you can have all the equipment you want, but without training it won't be any good. Poland, over the last years, was a leader inspiring NATO and member states to step up, to boost military spending on modernization. Poland has taken these steps, although compared to other NATO colleagues, such as the Germans or the French, we're in a more difficult situation because we need to procure. I mean, a lot of our equipment is post-Soviet and needs to be replaced, which involves a lot of spending. I hope the new government will approve that spending. Now, the armed forces of some countries are in a bad way as regards equipment and training. That is because of budgetary cuts on defense spending, and many countries didn't have the money. The inspector of the Bundeswehr published a report that laid bare, exposed the German armed forces as being unprepared and ill-equipped. I believe that the government, the new Minister of Defense, is taking steps to change the situation, but modernization is not something that can be done in a year's time. It's a multi-annual process, and it's something that we're experiencing as well. We're setting in motion significant defense spending programs, which are proceeding very slowly. A good example here is the UK. I regret that the ambassador has left. The UK has recently undertaken a large program, the Ajax, modernizing the army, the land forces, purchasing state-of-the-art equipment, and I believe that this equipment will make its way to Poland eventually. And this is, of course, the policy of every NATO member state. I think these policies are evolving. However, in order to assess what NATO's actions, we need to take a look at what is happening across the eastern border. A lot has been said about Russia today, and I believe that Russia and Putin have accomplished their fundamental goals. There are problems in Western Europe. There are problems on NATO's eastern flank, which forced actions that will lead perhaps to the integration of NATO around the concept of strengthening the eastern flank. But Putin has accomplished his mission. He's destabilized Ukraine. He's using terrorists in Donetsk and Lugansk. Or take a look at Georgia, Ossetia. And we've forgotten that region. Georgia still has a problem with Karabakh and Ossetia. The little green men are still present, but the Soviet army, the Russian army, we're not overestimating its power. There is a capability they have, but they don't have money to modernize their entire armed forces. They do not have the capability to engage NATO in a long-time conflict. I don't think Putin will decide on confrontation with NATO, as such a decision would lead to a long-running war that would end in tragedy for Russia, that would lead to Russia's collapse. Russia would not be reborn in its present shape, because there are those around Russia just awaiting its downfall. Many of them remember Russia's imperial desires on their land. And it's also important that NATO policy is largely determined by individual policy of member states. There are many NATO members who have separate policies outside of NATO. Take France, reach up, and who can say what will happen after a victorious war if we win in Iraq? Will we have a Churchill-like Iraq, or will we have a new Iraq, and who will be rebuilding Iraq? Will that be for NATO to do, or for the European Union? Bear in mind that these regions, these areas where intervention is necessary, also include Libya. We don't know what will happen in Somalia. We don't know what will happen in Mali and other regions. So the number of the questions are increasing. On the eastern flank, we can be sure that the troops will be present. However, a lot will depend on what Putin does, whether the troops will be stationed in Poland 2 years, 5 years, 15 or 50 years. So what is important, as the moderator said at the beginning, for governments to emphasize, to stress defense spending, because I don't think Russia will be that much of a problem, although we can't anticipate what Putin will do, because nobody predicted his moves up until now. There's no scenario that will imaginable. I mean, we can't imagine what Putin will be doing, but certainly the number of problems around Europe will be on the rise, and these will be problems for NATO and its members. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a military timekeeping here, so if you could think of questions you'd like to ask. We have about 40 minutes left, unless any of the panelists would care to comment on what any of the other panelists have said. And one more thing, it's very typical what the general said. I assume that the general is well informed when he said whether that the rotational presence of NATO troops in Poland would be a matter of 2 years, 5 years, or 50 years, because there is the concept for the decisions at the Warsaw Summit to be revisited in 5 years, depending on developments in the East, on Russia. So even if NATO is more engaged, committed in our part of Europe, this commitment, this presence will not be permanent, and might be revised, might be corrected in the foreseeable future. François, I think, wanted to take the floor.
Just a few quick points. First of all, on the video clip, the NATO video clip, which Julian was referring to, this is something which would make somebody like Kiselyov laugh his head off. If you're Russian and you're doing this sort of video clip, what do? You show the president giving orders to the Minister of Defense. Then you see the Minister of Defense descending into the crisis center. Then you see the Kalibr and the Tupolevs taking off, and you conclude with the concert in Palmyra. This is a video clip, not this catalogue of one of a kind, smattering of, I counted 5 Rafale, 3 Spanish Typhoons, 2 British Typhoons, 5 German main battle tanks. There was an American or 2 somewhere in there. There were also a couple of Poles, by the way. This is ridiculous. You're going to convince anybody with this? Second point, 2%. it is not by chance that Britain and Poland reached the 2% target. They are not in the euro. They practice variable geometry. Poland is always complaining about variable geometry. You benefit from variable geometry. If you were in the euro, you would have the Commission breathing down your neck, saying, 3% deficit, 3% deficit. You know, it would be quite easy for France to go from 1.86% of GDP.
We also, being outside euro, we also have this 3% deficit rule.
Yeah,
it's not so strict, you know. It's it's more flexible, but
yeah, but there's nothing anybody can do to you. Whereas if you do have the euro, you are bound by the existence of a single currency. You have a national currency, and that makes a whole lot of a difference. And our British friends are in exactly the same situation. And as I say, it's not by chance. Move from 1.85 to 2% in the case of France would be bloody easy, not a difficulty. But it would be a big political problem with Germany and with the Commission. So beware of getting what you want. And the last point, I'm not sure I got exactly the meaning of the general, because he mentioned France and then he mentioned the war in Iraq. Now, in my recollection, the war in Iraq was about the Americans, the Brits, and the Poles. And that the French were rather vocally opposed. It was not a NATO operation. Yeah. It was run outside of NATO. Libya was a NATO operation, which is something President Obama reminded everybody of a few weeks ago. So let's not talk too much about countries which take separate initiatives. The ones which took separate initiatives were those who refused to participate in the NATO operation in Libya. Now, you may have had excellent reasons. You, Poland, and Germany may have had excellent reasons for not participating in the NATO operation. But the Sonderweg was not France or Britain. The Sonderweg was Germany and Poland.
Francja.
I mentioned France. Of course, I know France was not present in Iraq, but I mentioned Chad. I'm sorry. This might have been a I mentioned the French-Polish operation in Chad, because at the request of then Polish President Kaczynski, we sent a contingent to Chad, where we spent 18 months stabilizing the situation in Chad. That's what I was speaking about. But to comment on what you said, the previous government decided that Poland would not be involved in Libya. Now the present government is changing their policy. There is Polish presence in the operation on the Aegean Sea. And now Mr. Karl-Heinz Kramp wanted to comment. Jeszcze w odpowiedzi tylko bardzo szybko Jeszcze raz, by podkreślić to, co powiedział François, nawet 2% wydatki Wielkiej Brytanii, co zresztą skrytykowałem występując przed Izbą Gmin, to osiągnięto przepisaniem, zmianą przepisów. Przed 2009 środki odstraszania nuklearne nie były ujęte w budżecie i emerytury dla emerytowanych wojskowych, więc gdyby to odjąć, to tak na faktycznie jest to 1,65–1,70% wydatków na obronność. Teraz dwie krótkie uwagi. Pierwsza dotyczy oceny, czy naszej oceny siły Rosji. Tak, rzeczywiście, słusznie, Putinowi może nie zależy na produkowaniu telefonów komórkowych, ale jak Julian powiedział, siła nie polega na ilości buław, ale ambicja musi być podparta zdolnościami gospodarczymi i politycznymi. Gospodarka rosyjska schodzi na psy, podobnie Brazylia, Indie, a ktoś, kto kupił udziały w krajach BRICS, czy też obligacje krajów BRICS, straciłby na tym dużo pieniędzy. Ich gospodarki też źle się mają, więc Rosja nie wygra na dłuższą metę i to jest
Showing a declining power is more difficult than showing rising power. Second point, just a quick remark on Germany and on the 2%. I mean, to take a little bit off the fire on the Germans, I think we are the only country where the finance minister suggested an increase of the defense budget a couple of weeks ago. And second, you should not underestimate the change we have, particularly in Germany and in some other countries. A couple of weeks ago, our defense minister proposed the increase of 130 billion euros for the next 15 years for procurement. Whether she gets the money or not, I don't know, but the fact that no one called for her resignation immediately and the public took it more or less, well, seems to be necessary, is 5 years ago, this would have come very close to a coup d'etat. So that's a significant change. Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Geoffrey Larson, please.
Thank you. Just a couple of comments in response to what we heard from the other panelists. I agree with Professor Heisburg about the possibility of an Arctic challenge, which raises an old Cold War concept of horizontal escalation. You know, the idea that we don't have to simply focus on the current exposed states or the current gap. I mean, we used to have a gap, we have a new gap. We have to think globally. We have to think 360. And it also implies that just because a potential adversary is thinking that way doesn't mean we can't as well. So maybe NATO needs to think more in strategic terms about what it could do besides simply strengthening the borders of an exposed part of the alliance. Also, in response to Monsieur Heisburg, of course Turkey's an ally and it falls underneath NATO's umbrella. I wasn't referring to that directly. What I was referring to in the south is the larger Middle East, North Africa region, concerns about how to deal with ISIS, with the Syrian civil war, the Libya experience, and actually more generally the experience in Afghanistan and the coalition's experience in Iraq tells us that we aren't very good at dealing with these issues, and maybe it's smarter or safer just to stay out, possibly. It also shows the differences in approach one can take, and, well, I'll leave it at that. The 300-degree perspective is, of course, necessary, but let's face it, some threats are more dangerous than others. And the threats from the south may be generational, as civilizational, as Professor Huntington once wrote. They may be long-term, but I don't think they're quite as existential as a provoked or irrational Russia could be towards us. With reference to Julian's point about personnel, I agree completely. We are a small think tank in Rome for the alliance. I have a small team of people, all PhDs, all very good, but it's a little embarrassing at the moment that I do not have an expert on Russia. So I've requested an expert on Russia. The Academic Advisory Board, which is chaired by a 4-star at NATO headquarters, this will be the 3rd year in a row it has recommended I be allowed to hire one additional civilian person who's an expert on Russia. For the 3rd year in a row, the personnel people at NATO they will laugh at my request. We don't have room to let you hire one more person. We're too busy. Well, add to that the expanded NATO response force that we've heard about, a major initiative from Wales. SHAPE headquarters has recently discovered that they need about 220 additional manpower billets to do the planning and the preparations for the NATO response force in its larger 40,000 person size. They were also told, no, we can't give you 200 more billets to plan for the enhanced NATO response force unless you can eliminate 220 billets from your existing staff. Okay? There has to be zero change, zero growth, because certain member states refuse to approve the spending that would be required to do that. So we're not dealing with the reality of a rising threat to our east, a rising threat to our south. We're continuing to abide by the peacetime views that we've had for the last 20 years, and it makes it very difficult to accomplish the missions we're being asked to do. Finally, with regards to the United States, I failed to mention this earlier, but Karl-Heinz is exactly right. In 2012, the President of the United States announced a rebalancing of U.S. defense commitments away from Europe and towards the Asia-Pacific. This is where the future of North America lies. In Canada, they called this the big shift from Europe to Asia. The United States, we called it the pivot or the rebalancing. And yet, the changes that took place in 2014 have meant an agonizing reappraisal of American foreign policy. It wasn't that agonizing, but we've slowed down this pivot, and as we heard, there's a large conventional commitment of troops and money and rethinking to Europe and to the dangers along NATO's borders. And we see the United States is coming through with the support necessary. But it also is continuing its nuclear commitment. And we haven't talked about that on this panel, but we have to, any scenario along the eastern flank quickly becomes a question of escalation and possible escalation to nuclear first use by either side in such a scenario. What this implies is, I agree completely again with Karl-Heinz, this implies that maybe we should be focusing on deterring, because we cannot win a conventional fight in the longer term, but I don't think it's meant to be a long-term fight. If it does ever happen, the goals would be something else, like splitting the alliance over whether to respond conventionally or whether to escalate to nuclear levels, either of which would be a truly agonizing debate within the alliance and could lead to the result that the adversary is pursuing. So I'll stop there.
Thank you.
Very interesting question you've mentioned in your last word. That's why you wanted to speak as the last one, probably.
I just want to respond to that issue of escalation. The fact that we're having these conversations again is telling in its own right. But the Russians do have, if you look at the Gerasimov doctrine, it kind of leans back to the Ogarkov doctrine. And they are building forces which imply that they could escalate from levels from hybrid to conventional to tactical, short-range tactical and ultimately strategic. When I look at NATO's deterrent nuclear posture, I see France, which makes no distinction between strategic and sub-strategic, but does have some elements thereof. Britain's nuclear deterrent is purely strategic. America's strategic nuclear presence in Europe is strategic. If the conventional deterrent failed, and let's think worst case, because I think it's important to think worst case in these situations. We'd be faced with, if we're faced with a limited war from, say, Russia, we'd be faced with a choice of being defeated conventionally in the first instance of engagement, and then pretty much faced with a strategic nuclear option. But we wouldn't have what I would call an escalation ladder which would reinforce deterrence in the first place. And that's something that I would want to see Warsaw addressing.
Just a word on the notion of the economic component of strategic power. Russia, as I said, has today, in today's ruble conversion rate, etc., Russia has a GDP which is about that of Spain. And yes, of course, in a head-to-head 5-year contest between NATO and Russia, Russia is unable to enter this sort of contest. But once you've said that, what have you said? You certainly would not be able to explain why the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor. Japan had about 5% of the GDP of the United States at the time. It attacked the United States of America, occupied all of East Asia, and managed to hold off the Americans for 4 years. You know, the correlation between strategic action and economic power is, there can be a very big time lag. Another point, I think you were talking about the 19th century when you referred to Russia, and I would tend to agree with that, but you can also look at the 18th century. What was the most revisionist, militarily active, and actually successful military power in Europe in the 18th century, in the middle of the 18th century? It was a country which had about 1/10 of the GDP and of the population of France, and that was Prussia. because it managed to create ad hoc alliances, coalitions, was bloody good at choosing the right battle at the right time, and was on top of everything else quite lucky. This is more the way in which the Russians today look at themselves and at their environment than the sort of traditional Western approach, which is to say, I weigh so much economically, therefore I can only win, therefore the other guy is not going to attack me. This is not what the historical record tells us.
Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. The floor is yours. It's time for questions. Bardzo proszę, czy są pytania?
Do we have any questions from the room? Please, I will be walking around with a microphone, and if I could ask you to introduce yourselves.
Thank you very much, Paul Wojciechowski, Australia. I think we're doing it in alphabetical order. Australia, not Austria, I should just say. Thank you. Thank you for a couple of references to our region. Obviously, with a mention of the pivot, but also some of military history from decades past. One country, and this is with apologies to any Chinese colleagues in the audience, one country that didn't get a mention is China. And I would be interested in your views on how you see China playing a role in dealing with Russia as a responsible global player, and also what we can expect in a strategic engagement with China of NATO in the longer term, beyond the sort of what appears to be sort of short to medium game with Russia.
I think we should answer one by one because we will. Okay.
I'd be happy to go ahead. China, of course, is also a revisionist power. That is something it shares with Russia. It is a revisionist power with possibly more reasons to be revisionist than Russia, because, of course, Russia pretends that it was very badly treated by the West when the Soviet Union disappeared, when the honest and serious analysis of the historical record tells us that the West went out of its way to make sure that Russia would remain the successor state of the USSR in the Security Council, in the bilateral arms control treaties with the US, and so on. China, of course, suffered a miserable 19th century and a miserable first 80 years of the 20th century. So their revisionism comes from a long time ago, has deep roots, and is, of course, powered by a combination of will and capability. Here the economics and the strategy actually do converge. There you have both. But is that good news for Russia? Well, not really, because you can do a Molotov-Ribbentrop if you are of similar strategic weight. And this is what happened in 1939 in Europe. When you're China, you don't look at Russia as your equal. You look at Russia as a country, which, of course, which has some elements of power which are quite serious, notably in the nuclear arena. And here I would completely agree with Julian on the importance of nuclear affairs and that these have to be discussed in NATO in a way which we have not been used to doing for the previous 25 years. But otherwise, you know, what is Russia seen from China? It is seen as a country which took away from China the equivalent of 1 million square kilometers, twice the size of France, in the middle of the 19th century. That's Russia. It has a GDP which is 1/5 of that of China. It has a population which is 1/10 of that of China. And it has a defense budget which is half of that of China. And when the Russians try to scare us by demonstrating that they have the ability to use the Chinese strategic hinterland, the Chinese don't play along, and the Russians are forced to accept terms, notably in the field of energy, which are highly adverse to them. If the Chinese leadership were more agile, and agility is not a trait of the Chinese political culture today, maybe they would actually be a bit more forthcoming vis-à-vis the Russians, because it could make choices for the Americans in particular a bit more difficult. But you do have collective leadership of sorts, and therefore China is not a Russian tool. It is not a Russian ally in traditional strategic terms.
And Mr. Karl-Heinz Kamp, you wanted to ask?
Well, thank you. Just to expand a little bit on what has been said on China. I think that NATO is for years now neglecting one area which is crucial, and that's the Asia Pacific. NATO pretends to do the 360 degrees, but it does not, because just to focus on Eastern Europe and on the South, it's not 360 degrees, because Asia Pacific, including China, is vital because of three reasons. First, economically, we have 80,000 ships going through the Malacca Strait. Second, because of China, and we still don't know actually where China is heading to. Maybe China itself doesn't know where it's heading to, but the answer China is giving to the question of its own future is for us at least as important as what happens in Ukraine or elsewhere. And third, we have four nuclear powers in the region, plus two stabilizing powers, Russia and the US. There's one standard argument against this by saying, well, you know, NATO should not focus on this because NATO, most of the NATO allies, do not have the means to reach out to this region. It's basically only the US, probably UK, probably France, and that's it. I don't think that this is true, because first, NATO should at least show interest of what is going on in the region. Second, NATO, and particularly the European allies, might be forced to choose to take a position on a certain development. What happens if we have an escalation in the China issue on the South China Sea Islands? Then we will have to take a position on this. And third, since the US is the balancing power there, the US will come, and it did already, to Europeans by saying, okay, if we do your business there, then you should disburden us somewhere else.
Correct.
So it's a burden sharing issue.
Can I add to that? I concur with both Francois and Karl-Heinz here. You know, we Europeans have to realize that anything that impacts on the Americans impacts on us. And when I see the correlation of forces, to use that old Marxist expression, developing in East Asia, it should be very worrying for Europeans in terms of what the United States could do in a simultaneous crisis where someone like President Putin seeks an opportunity. He's an opportunist, given American overstretch. It's very worrying what China is trying to do in the South China Sea. And indeed, both China and Russia are challenging the system of alliances and networks the United States has built up. Russia has decided for a path of aggressive revisionism. My first posting many years ago was Hong Kong. I have some understanding of the Chinese. They are asserting their national interest aggressively right now, but they're still open to dialogue. And I think it's very, very important that in Asia Pacific, all of us keep that option of negotiated settlement open to the Chinese as much as possible, precisely not to, in a sense, do a reverse Nixon-Kissinger. Precisely not to create a fait accompli where China is automatically lumped with Russia. I mean, through various contacts I've seen various transcripts of Russian Far Eastern Command about the Chinese. We talk about Chinese maneuvers in the South China Sea. They've been carrying out very, very impressive air mobile exercises up towards the Russian border. At one point, a senior Russian commander during the Ukraine operation, when asked what he thought about his ability to defend against a Chinese incursion, he said, and I quote, "Don't worry, they won't be able to find us," because there were so few Russian forces there. And strategically, the Russians and the Chinese have not settled, as Francois says, the issue of Russia's Far East and its relationship with China. So there are as many reasons to play diplomacy as power in keeping China as much as possible a partner on the range of issues that Karl-Heinz and Francois discussed, without retreating into the initial sense of that China's an adversary. There could well be a reckoning with China in the South China Sea at some point. But for the moment, we must not fall into the automatic liberal versus illiberal. And very quickly as a comment, I was at a dinner many years ago with Sinkpak and the governor of the Hong Kong many years ago. There were 3,000 British and Gurkha troops in Hong Kong and 800,000 PLA on the border. And Sinkpak asked the governor what Britain would do in the event of an incursion by the Chinese. He said, oh, it's very simple, a very rapid withdrawal.
Okay, next question, please.
Yes, that's a comment and a question. The comment is to do with this statement that we couldn't have predicted what happened in 2014. In my dealings with diplomats and government policymakers, I sometimes feel that they don't want to see reality. They want to see what they want to see. And that's certainly the case here. Russia turned to the right, as it were, between the Orange Revolution and Putin's Munich speech in 2007. It was there for everybody to see. Do NATO member countries not have intelligence agencies, think tanks and such like to see this? And of course, a major factor why what happened in the Crimea is that there was no response to Georgia. Russia invaded Georgia, and then the West carried on as business as usual. The United States adopted a reset with Russia straight after Georgia. There were no sanctions. Putin got away with it. He thought he'd get away with the Crimea. He misjudged it. He is not the great tactician we think he is. And hence the House of Lords of the United Kingdom called the EU sleepwalking into the crisis in 2014. So that's my view on that. I think it was there for everybody to see, but diplomats didn't want to see it. They wanted to believe Russia was still on board. And part of that myth was including Russia in the G7. My question is to members of the panel. The Minsk Accords are not working. Nobody's mentioned them, interestingly, in this panel. And so I'd like to ask members of the panel, do they therefore support the sending of defensive military equipment to Ukraine?
Okay, I'll kick off. First on the comment, I agree with the broad political point, that is, the West had no particular excuse to believe in its own propaganda about the reset. However, where I think we did have a good excuse, because it wasn't simply the West which didn't see this coming, but even Putin's closest advisors didn't see this coming, and that was the nature of the transgression represented not by the invasion of Crimea. That was not essentially different from what happened in the summer of 2008. What was essentially different was the Anschluss, that is, the annexation of a territory which belongs to another country, which you have recognized, you, Russia, have recognized as being entitled to that piece of territory, and yet you decide to Anschluss it. That was a very big surprise. That was a true surprise. And precisely because it happened, because it was not foreseeable, one has to be very open-minded when it comes to assessing the sort of scenarios we may have to confront in the future. And notably here again, I draw your attention to the notion that Putin will have to respond to the ABM challenge, because it is seen, it has been described by him as a challenge, and he has an obligation of response in his own thought system. So beware of eliminating scenarios in that context. That's essentially what I was actually responding to your comment rather than to your question.
I would even suggest there could be a timing we're looking at here, which is he acted in Georgia during the Chinese Olympics. He acted in Crimea after the Sochi Olympics. He'll do nothing before the Russia World Cup in 2018. And I think he takes these things seriously, by the way. I think he genuinely thinks that these are distractions which he can use to advantage. Watch out for the sports event. Absolutely.
We're well placed to know.
Yeah, quite. the question about whether we did or didn't arm or help to rearm Ukraine, was it a failure of political will or a failure of analysis or both? I think it was both. Although I do say the level of sanctions that the EU did impose has indeed proved more effective because it's an oligarchic regime. The question I would ask myself is, would sending arms to Ukraine necessarily make Ukraine a safer place if our judgment through good intelligence is that Russia has no intentions beyond the Donbass and maybe the southeast? Well, I would suggest yes, and that therefore other instruments can be used to at least stabilize the rest of Ukraine. The question becomes then is where next? If one looks at this 360 environment approach, and I agree with Francois about this, which is in a sense recreating a buffer zone between the Russia's western border and the EU and NATO, does there come a point where the Baltic states are indeed part of that equation? There's a dog barking in the room somewhere. This is the dog that didn't bark in the night. It's brilliant. I love it. I hope it doesn't bite. Yeah. I was like a whack, you know. So to conclude my point, it's really about, it's not about whether you arm or support or whatever a regime. It's whether you believe that you generate a security benefit from so doing. In Ukraine, a limited support would, I would suggest, firm up. But beyond that, then we have to look at frozen conflicts and our role therein, and of course the assurance of our own borders.
Pan generał, bardzo proszę.
Pytał pan o jakie są szanse, czy...
So you asked about the opportunities. I do believe that after 2 years of what has been going on in the Ukraine, and after 1 year of official or effective support for the Ukrainian troops, I believe that the Ukrainian army definitely has noted certain progress. Yanukovych, well, he dismantled the the Ukrainian army. He discharged really experienced commanders, including those who had joined the Polish division in Iraq. They are no longer with the Ukrainian troops. So I do believe that the Ukrainian troops are built on an ad hoc basis with ad hoc financial subventions. And that is I believe, a one-way road, one-way street. If we do not recover the Ukrainian army, they will never be able to build up to a level that they will be able to use to defend themselves. I do believe that today we are facing a one-way street, and I do believe that the money that is now being spent is just a drop in the ocean of Ukrainian needs in terms of their economy. And I do believe that the effectiveness of such moves are not really extensive. I promise to act as timekeeper. That is going to be the final question. Any other questions? Obviously, you can also talk off the record to our panel speakers over coffee. Michał Baranowski, the director of the Warsaw office of the General Marshall Fund of the United States. I would like to go back to Brexit. I am absolutely astonished how little we have talked about it. Julian, thank you very much for your comment concerning Brexit. You had also mentioned the necessity to talk about fundamentals. I do believe that we should definitely discuss them in the context of Brexit. Now, my question to the remaining panelists would be as follows. Gentlemen, do you really not have any opinion or concern with regard to the topic, or are you being excessively polite in confrontation with our British colleagues? And my question to Julian would be, we do have a very broad spectrum of potential scenarios. In-depth crisis with its roots in the West, which obviously would serve to weaken NATO, through to something that is mentioned by some optimists. Well, the United Kingdom, while moving out of the EU, actually may give rise to an extra need to become more involved with NATO, to prove to the world that they actually are a part of the West, regardless of leaving the EU. So, Julian, what Which scenario do you believe is going to win?
And the General is always polite, and at least 3 of my colleagues here are rarely polite, so I expect some fairly brusque conversations from them about Brexit. I wish I could say, Mikhail, that the current debate in London was thinking about this, but it's just not. I wrote a book last year called Little Britain, in which I was trying to push the political class to think more about Britain as a power. You know, Britain is the 5th biggest economy in the world and the 4th biggest defence spender, but you wouldn't think that when you're in London at times. It's become so utterly self-engrossed, first with the Scottish referendum 1, maybe number 2 coming up, then with this whole EU question. And if you ask me, the greatest threat to Britain and its allies is perhaps the lack of quality of the British political class right now. I've never known it. There are some good people there, by the way, but they're not the ones currently in power. That said, I do clearly detect, and I have conversations in London all the time, that we will be flying the flag a lot in the coming couple of years, because we want to show the world that we are indeed still there. For example, HMS Queen Elizabeth, one of our new supercarriers, will go to Norfolk, Virginia with a carrier strike group in the next 18 to 19 months if they can get the thing ready. To say to the United States, you want big assets, here's a big asset, and here's Britain playing a serious role. But I am worried, genuinely, that we're going to be very distracted by all this for some time to come. And because of that, we will not, with our allies, underpin with political will the deterrence which countries like Poland deserve. And I just wish we could get more British policymakers to come over here and see the implications of what they're doing. And that's the danger of living on an island. But one final remark, I mean, making a speech to an audience, 500 people before Brexit with Charles Grant on the Remain side, and then, you know, I was being very pragmatic in my way, saying, look, on balance, the EU's a bunch of nails, and it doesn't work very well, but on balance, we ought to stay. And the audience said, yeah, all right. And then Charles did a Charles. He did, but it's a great thing. It's the future of Europe. Look what it's achieved. And you've got this kind of collective, what? So we are simply different on this question, and somehow we're going to have to be very sensible to make sure that we remember who the real enemies are in this world.
You don't have to be polite.
We won't be.
Thank you. Well, I always welcome the chance to be impolite to Julian, but I will not this time, because, you know, your country's had a rough couple of days. I don't want to pile on. One of the, from the United States perspective, you know, we're very independent people. We do have this sense of special relationship with our British cousins, and so we will continue to support them no matter what they decide. I'm old enough to recall vaguely when you voted to go into the EU in the first place, which was equally a surprise, I think, to many people. So the fact that it took this long to pull out is also surprising, but we're not surprised that you did completely. Although it is affecting my my modest stock market holdings at the moment. Hopefully that'll be only short term. There is one possible scenario that has been in the press a little bit, but relating again to Britain's nuclear capabilities, and that is that, to just run through it very quickly, because of this decision, Scotland may have another referendum, Scotland may become independent, Scotland has declared it will be a non-nuclear state, which raises questions about whether it can even join NATO should it become independent. They could ask Britain to withdraw its nuclear submarine forces from its base in Scotland, at which point Britain could say, well, we have to buy new boats, we have to buy new missiles to put on the boats, and now we have to build a new base. Maybe it's just not worth it. It was a close-run vote last time. Let's just get out of the business. I don't think that's going to happen. There are alternatives, and the U.S. may play a role in that as well, or even France with some dual basing ideas. But that is one scenario that could see some effect on the alliance's military capabilities should that all take place. A lot of ifs in that scenario.
Mr. François Gainsbourg, please.
10 days ago, 8 days ago actually, I was in a debate with Laurie Friedman about the security consequences of a Brexit if it happened, and you can find that on the IISS website, both in article form and in the spoken form. And the basic points on which we agreed were the following. The first one is that the first order consequences of Brexit in the field of security are very small. This is a bit what Professor Michak was maybe referring to earlier on. That is, the defense dimension of the EU is trivial. It's trivial. I mean, there have been a few things like anti-piracy in the Gulf of Aden, a few missions here and there in Chad, which was referred to, or in the Congo, but it's been small beer overall. And the Brits, in any case, had withdrawn from any sizable EU commitment since they had to withdraw their forces from the Balkans in order to be able to wage war in Iraq in 2003. So the Brits were out of the EU CSDP in practice since 13 years. The Brits are in NATO, and NATO is not going away. And the Brits are in Five Eyes, and the Americans have made it clear that they are not going to deprive the Brits of their Five Eyes status. That's the good news. The bad news is the second order effects. And here you have two essential forces which are being unleashed by Brexit. And nobody knows whether these forces can be kept under control or whether they will rampage a little bit like what happened in Eastern Central Europe in 1989, 1990. Those forces are, on the one hand, what most people call populism, but populism is very difficult to define because, is Bernie Sanders a populist or is Donald Trump a populist? Well, the answer is probably both, but to say that they're the same is sort of a stretch. I don't think that either of them would actually agree with being labeled with the same label. And the same goes in Europe. Podemos is not the Front National, to put it in the simplest form. Die Linke is not the same thing as PIS in Poland. And I think everybody would agree on that. So I call it souverainisme, the forces of souverainisme. Nigel Farage in the UK, Marine Le Pen, and so on. Look at one referendum, Italy, October 2016. Renzi is holding his big referendum on the reform of Italian institutions. How will that go? I don't know. And that is one which was decided before Brexit. And then you have a number of countries in which people like Geert Wilders or Marine Le Pen have asked for referenda. They will, I would assume most of them will not get them. But this force is very, very powerful. The other one, of course, is separatism. Scotland being a case in point. The most talented politician in London today is Mrs. Sturgeon, the Prime Minister of Scotland. She is incredibly good. God, she is smart. She will want to bring her country to independence. And she will use every trick in the book, notably the one of saying, I'm already in NATO. I'm already in the European Union. Why should I be forced to leave the European Union because of what the English voted for? 56% of the English voted to leave the Union. 62% of the Scots voted to stay in the Union. Are we going to say no to the Scots? Yes. Well, maybe Mr. Rajoy will do so, but I wouldn't count on it because, of course, this is not the same as a country becoming independent and then asking to go into the Union. This is a place which is in the Union and which doesn't want to be forced to leave it. Are we going to force a country to leave the Union? And can we seriously run against the popular will of people who are now saying we want to stay in the Union? This is very difficult. It is. I mean, I don't know what the answer is going to be. And you're being a bit definitive in your answer. I don't know what the answer is going to be. The European Union is perfectly capable of moving between Copernicus and the Ptolemaic system. We are perfectly capable of declaring that the sun revolves around the earth if it is politically convenient to do so. This is something which Brussels is very good at, which is maybe one of the reasons why we have a few problems. But if we do have separatism, if Scotland in particular goes independent, we have two potential problems. The first one is the nuclear issue, which is very short term. The modernization decision for the United Kingdom is urgent, because if they don't take that decision, which has been deferred month after month after year, they will end up in a situation where they will not have functional boomers, nuclear submarines, before the next generation is ready. It's a really big problem. Will the French help? I'm sure they will. Will the Americans help? I'm sure they will, and we should. That's the easy part, if I can put it that way, although it will be bloody difficult to manage, because, as Julian was saying, London is going to be really distracted by the mess which has just been unleashed. The other potential problem, and this is, I'm more diffident on this one, but, you know, once again, this is a big scale thing. If the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland disappears and becomes the Kingdom of England and Wales, you then have to go to the Credentials Commission of the United Nations, like Russia did in 1992. Russia went to the Credentials Commission of the United Nations saying, we are the successor state of the Soviet Union, and our credentials should be accepted in that capacity, with, of course, the inference that this would also apply to the Soviet seat on the Security Council. The West wanted that to happen. We all helped Russia. We made sure that this was going to be done unanimously. I don't think we live in a world in which the English would be treated in as friendly a way by so many of the people that we have been mentioning at various stages in our discussion. So, will the French help? As a permanent member of the Security Council, it's definitely in our interest. Will the Americans help? I would assume that they will. But it could be a rough ride.
Just final remark before Karl-Heinz Kamp. I just yesterday made an interview with British Minister for Europe, David Lincoln.
They have one?
Yes, still have.
What's his name?
David Lincoln.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
Longest serving, 6 years.
Yeah, of course.
Longest serving and the fastest. But let me just add the official line of British government is that the Scottish Parliament have no veto right to the referendum result. This is the first one, and the second one, of course, they count that it will be no second referendum in Scotland, and they claim that, you know, from the 2014 when the first referendum was, the oil prices just dropped down, so it's not very, you know, good for Scottish country. And what's more, they claim, one more, they claim that it's not clear if Scotland can count on a fast track inside the European Union after rejoining the UK.
Sorry to interrupt. If those arguments are taken seriously, it would mean the British would never have voted for Brexit, which in economic terms is not exactly a brilliant idea. So there are things called politics in this world.
Yes, of course.
But just one line on this. The biggest danger of all of this is that Britain, England, whatever you want to call it, simply stops believing in itself as a power. And that's the threat I fear. If Britain stops seeing itself as a power, then there's a vacuum at the heart of, certainly of NATO.
And the final speech of Karl-Heinz Kamp. No? Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Thank you, all the speakers. It was a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you very much. And coffee break. Thank you.
Działa. Halo, dziękuję Państwu. Proszę Państwa, zapraszam Państwa.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Take a seat, please. Okay, proszę Państwa.
Ladies and gentlemen, after the coffee break, I hope you're feeling refreshed, not only with the coffee, but also with the sweets for what they're worth. The situation is such that Europe is undergoing not just a security crisis, but also a refreshment and a refreshment crisis. I would suggest we also remain calm in the face of Britain's exit from the EU. This is by no means a new topic. The situation in the European Union should come as no surprise, and we would do well to remain calm. And regarding what was said, this film about NATO was not produced to celebrate the 25th anniversary of the Polish-German Foundation. The film was produced in Brussels, and it is what it is. And instead of NATO, I suppose the film might have been an effective deterrent. It was a nice film, but I don't know what life will bring. And now, a presentation on the importance of territorial defense for the NATO member states, using the example of Poland. Mr. Mariusz Kordowski will be delivering the presentation on territorial defense. He is the Director of Military Programs at the National Center for Strategic Studies.
Professors, generals, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mariusz Kordowski. I am Director of Military Programs in National Center for Strategic Studies Foundation. NCSS is a think tank which is focused in Poland on the providing professional, in my opinion, professional analysis, assessments, conclusions, recommendations to the political authorities, to the command group from the Polish armed forces and the allied armed forces, and to the society. So we are trying to touch the most crucial and the most active problems, threats, and challenges concerning the common security and concerning all the aspects of the security, not only from the Polish perspective. One of the problem we started analysis a few months ago, was the territorial defense system. We knew that this is a very hot subject because our former president, Mr. Tomasz Szatkowski, and current Secretary of State in MOD, started this project when he was in NCSS, and he was focused to start something new because territorial defense system was not famous in Poland a few years ago. It started to be famous because of the voices of the paramilitary organizations. So when MOD decided and declared that they want to create a territorial defense, territorial units in Poland, NCSS started to working to provide independent analysis on that. We knew that MOD started working on that project at the end of last year, so we had some working before that, we had some analysis, but we were trying to focus to start a public debate with the biggest paramilitary organizations in Poland. So we have conducted a few debates on that. We had started a dialogue concerning the place, structure, future, everything about the territorial defense in Poland. We know that Polish armed forces had a territorial defense system something like 10 years ago, 15 years ago, and there are many lessons learned from that time. We wanted to avoid such a problems. We wanted to create something new, which will answer the problems and the needs of current time. So after this time of debate, supported by the what we call strategic games, we have provided a report on the territorial system in Poland. This report was published in March this year. Today we present you a report in the English version of it. Believe me, it's a hot book because it was printing this night. I don't know why, but we have a lack of let's say we are lucky people because most of our reports are published just before the time of publishing. I don't know why. We need to consider that. But you have today, and you are the first audience which we are presenting to our English version of the report, because many people, many voices are coming to us and asking to publish our reports in English language. That's why this is the first book, and the other reports concerning the different aspects, different functional areas and different aspects of security will be published also in English language. But why territorial defense system is so important from the allies and from the national security perspective? When you take a look at the report, you may see that there is a complex perspective on the territorial defense in Poland, but not maybe only in Poland. We were trying to present all important aspects like logistic structures, weaponry system, armament, skills, everything. And we proposed some kinds of ways. We also analyzed three, the most typical and the most famous, the most characteristic models of territorial defense in the world. And we have checked them based on the strategic games. So based on these three kinds of territorial systems existing in the world. So the countries in the world have using such systems. We have offered, we have recommended to the political authorities in Poland to create the first one, which is light infantry territorial model system, which is something like the just the soldiers without the heavy vehicles and tracked vehicles, enabled to fight against the tanks. But we are not alone. There are many countries in the NATO which has a territorial system, territorial forces in their country. When we take a look on the slide, actually there's only Ukraine, which located territorial units under the Interior Ministry, under the Ministry of Interior. So all the others, all the allied systems define the territorial forces as an element of national forces, as an element of Ministry of Defense, of Department of Defense. So we are not alone. Most of them are not big. The biggest comes, of course, from the United States of America, but this is something, from my perspective, the most advanced, and maybe not what we are going there, but we would like to have many lessons from them. That's why probably there is a big cooperation between the National Guard from Illinois and the Polish territorial defense unit in Poland. But what is the most important? Why the territorial defense system is so much important today? Why we would like to have a territorial defense in Poland? One, the most important reason is the personnel. We know that the NATO has developed many advanced systems for many years. NATO exists for 60 years, so it has developed a lot of advanced, included the most modernized weaponry systems. And these systems are very expensive. Many operations all over the world present conclusions that each country trying to conduct their budgetary decided to cut the forces. Poland was going the same way. We have deleted a lot of divisions. It was, of course, one of the result also of the peacekeeping process in the Europe, but not the only. So many operations in which we were also engaged shows that there is possible to operate in not large units, like for example the battalions group or the brigade groups, but we also observe that in the NATO defense system and also in Poland defense system, there is a big gap. The big gap of the ability to fight, because when the forces have its own capabilities to fight and capacities to fight, they cannot operate everywhere. They can conduct very successful, complex, planned, execute operation, but they cannot operate everywhere. They are not able to answer to all the threats. That's why the territorial defense system is the answer for that. Why? Because territorial defense system is one of the cheapest, because it's not so much, it doesn't require to spend a lot of money for technical modernization systems. They are focused to protect the terrain, to support the operational forces, but not everywhere. We would like to have them in Poland, but we will see. And it's also created to operate in the terrain in the aim of coordinate movement from the NATO forces. And that's the main platform, the point of the communication between the NATO, the allied systems, the allied and the territorial system. Because they need to use reconnaissance knowledge from the operational forces. The reconnaissance systems are very expensive, but may be very useful for the territorial systems. And the territorial forces, the territorial units also need to be in touch, to have a connection with allied concerning protection of their movement to the operation area. That's the main task and the main reason why we need and should have the territorial system in Poland, but not only in Poland. You have on the slide the elements of the territorial units which should be existing in order to create units able to operate, because it has something like the engineer element, the mobile element. I'm talking about the combat groups, some kind of reconnaissance, but it's better to provide the units with cooperation with the small forces able to get information, but basing on the reconnaissance and targeting systems. And one of the very important aspects from the society perspective, because there are many journalists asking us, giving us the questions, maybe because the government conception of territorial defense is unclassified, and we have provided very similar analysis than they did. So many journalists are asking us about the society perspective, also from the Germany. And some of the questions are focused: is there a dangerous that controversial paramilitary organization will be involved in the territorial defense systems? Are there any national restrictions on that? Are there any national decisions, plans, and rules to mitigate such a situation? And our answer is actually very easy, because we all know that the public administration in Poland is very much complicated. It's developed, maybe not flexible, maybe not everywhere the best fix to the situation. But the armed forces has very much developed the physical and society and psychological systems to check the people, to evaluate the personnel, the candidate, in order to serve in the territorial defense systems. We know that not every organization focused on paramilitary issues is the best option for the territorial defense. But I believe that the life is very far everything, and military service is not easy way, it's not easy thing, and the people who imagine that there might be some way to express their, I don't know, extraordinary perspective on the world are able to exist in such an organization. But what is the most important from the existing of the territorial defense system? Why they fix to the situation which we have today? First of all, we know that, as I said before, NATO is not able to operate everywhere. So the territorial defense system is something very good to support them, to fulfill their mission and to fill all the gaps concerning the personnel, first of all. The second issue is that some of the territorial defense unit may be very much training to the specific operation, like in Poland, in the northeastern part of the of the country. They may operate and they may be prepared to the very specific operation which we are expecting may happen in this part of the country. Another reason is the cost effect reason. Because when we are going to create a territorial defense unit, actually it's not a reason, it's not a problem for the operational forces. Because we, by these forces, are going to fix the gap, to fill the gap, and we will be able to spend much more money for the advanced operational forces and advanced operational systems. And the last one, many of the paramilitary units, organizations are very advanced in their training process, so we can use their lessons in the defense systems in Poland. That's why I think Poland today is a very good example for the allied to create a future enduring alliance. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, well, thank you very much.
NATO for Security, Central Eastern Europe, Eastern Flank, cooperation versus rivalry with Russia.
Proszę Państwa, jak mowa o
Gentlemen, when speaking about cooperation with Russia, there's always a problem, so this is no exception.
Ja sądzę, że obserwacja dotychczasowa.
Anybody following this meeting from the start might conclude that this meeting is based on two axioms. The first axiom is that we are not concerned with what women have to say. We only have male panelists. So I would like to ask the men who've agreed to participate in this session. We have Michał Baranowski, a director of the Polish office of the German Marshall Fund. We have Dr. Marcus Keim, who's a senior fellow at the German Institute for International and Security Affairs in Berlin. And he also represents the Department for Political Science at the University of Zurich and the Hartje School of Governance in Berlin. Then we have Dr. Taras Gusio, who is the former head of mission of the NATO Information and Documentation Center in Kiev and a senior research associate at the Canadian Institute for Ukrainian Studies at the University of Alberta and a senior fellow at the School of Advanced International Studies at Johns Hopkins. And Dr. Pavel Baev, research director of the Peace Research Institute Oslo, and senior non-resident fellow at the Brookings Institutions in Washington, D.C., Senior Associate Fellow at the French Institute of Foreign Relations in Paris, and affiliated with the Russia NIS Center. This is the first acts. We have a gender parameter, criterion, clearly, and the second parameter is such that whereas in the first panel it was pointed out that the unpredictable side of the barricade is Russia, that Russia represents an unpredictable force. I don't know if that's fully justified. I'm wondering whether perhaps the unpredictable side might also be our side of the fence of the barricade. Since the last days have brought quite a lot of dire and dismal news, and I fear that this might not be the end of the bad news. I'm wondering, and this is what I'd like to ask you, gentlemen, whether you think our part of the barricade is fully predictable. I see this especially in light of the 2% GDP spending on defense, and I'm wondering whether NATO has a response. NATO analysts, and because decision makers surely do not, but whether analysts have a response to the situation that might occur following the Brexit. This is something we need to discuss. I am talking not about the confusion and hysterical reactions, but I'm talking about the long-term outcome, and the long-term outcome, and I'm sure none of us here in this room nor elsewhere is able to provide an answer, a reassuring answer, because this might lead to a global economic crisis. And in a global economic crisis, what will happen to defense budgets? We know what will happen because we've gone down that road before. We've been there and seen what happens. I don't know if any of you, because I personally don't, miss the former period when we lived in a time of global stability, but in a time of Cold War. Then the Cold War came to an end, and with it, so did stability. And now I'd like to hand it over to you, gentlemen. So let's, as previously, give everyone 10 minutes for a statement, and then we'll see how much time we have left. And I'd like maybe to ask Mr. Michał Baranowski to go first and to take the dive. Thank you. Yeah.
Świetnie, dziękuję. Tak, ten działa lepiej.
I understand this mic is working. Thank you very much for the invitation, and also I would like to thank for the marvelous introduction that we were offered during the previous panel by the ambassadors and the minister. I understand that if we switch to English, we're going to spare the... We're now going to switch into Polish.
Conversation. So let's jump into the black hole, as you said. Well, when I was thinking of how to answer the question how we are doing, also less than 2 weeks before the summit, the short answer is actually good, and the long answer is not good. And you know, it's a joke, of course, but I think it shows a little bit what's going on if we scratch the surface. Let me start with the good news that what I see as relatively good news, especially if we compare to what's on the table right now for the Warsaw Summit, to the discussions that we had a year and two ago. And when we were talking about moving from reassurance to deterrence, and I think we have actually made a significant step, moving from the logic that was the logic of what to a logic here to become a tripwire strategy with a little plus. As many of you know, the decisions that we are expecting out of Warsaw include 4 battalions, 3 of them in the Baltic states, an American one in Poland, plus an American brigade, which is done on bilateral basis. And as Tomek Trzaskowski mentioned in the opening, this is an effective bumper for the Russians who would potentially want to come from our northeast. It certainly gives us something that we have not had before. So automaticity of pulling major powers, and in case of Poland, superpower, nuclear superpower, into the fight. But also these forces will have ability to fight beyond just dying bravely on the battlefield. So so in this sense, it's good news. The challenge to this, and of course why we have gone for the enhanced forward presence, is that not only NATO has been adapting for the last 2 years, Russia has and 3 major things stand out. One is the anti-access area denial capabilities that Russians have developed actually in a number of areas, but for our purposes of the eastern flank, it's Kaliningrad, but we also have the same in Crimea, as well as in the eastern Mediterranean and up north, which allows them to basically block the strategy of reinforcement. That's why it was with, for example, S-400s and other anti-aircraft and anti-missile systems. So we had to move beyond the reinforcement to a presence strategy. The SNAP exercises have shown that Russia has conducted over the past years ability to move very large forces, and in fact we are nowhere near the force ratio when we take the region of Poland, Baltic states, Kaliningrad, plus the Belarus and the Russian border. So any screams from the Russian side that the enhanced forward presence is somehow an invasion force are obviously false, right? On the force ratio, we have done minimum progress, but that was never the goal, and we are far behind. We have to count on the reinforcement and the follow-on forces. And the third piece that Russia has changed and that we have not adopted yet is the nuclear doctrine. And this is where I would, switch from the good beginning to what needs to be done beyond Warsaw. So, good steps, but of course, this is a beginning of the adaptation. And the one thing I would highlight very much is both the nuclear doctrine and the disadvantage that we have as an alliance when it comes to tactical weapons. Because what Russia has done is both changed its doctrine to include limited nuclear strike capabilities in case of conventional conflict, as well as to develop low-yield nuclear weapons. And what it in fact could allow them to do is to escalate into nuclear weapons without triggering strategic response, something that Julian has mentioned, that we actually don't have anything in the sort of midsection of the escalation ladder, and that their thinking, the Russian thinking, would be, of course, to not to have a global conflict, not to have a major NATO on Russia war, which Russia in the end would lose, of course, but to have a regional conflict that maybe other powers would be convinced by nuclear strike not to enter. So I think this is where we have to do a lot of work, both in terms of doctrine and maybe some capabilities as well to counter what developments in Russia. And that's I'm not expecting this out of Warsaw, but I think that's something that has to come past Warsaw. Second aspect is situational awareness, which we are making progress, but we are not there yet. And it's both something that is important in terms of conventional forces and in terms of hybrid scenarios. And we can talk a little bit more about it during the Q&A. The third piece on the military side is that, even though that we have enhanced forward presence, we have some ability to reinforce, we are really not there when it comes to follow-on forces. And it's related very much to the spending as well. We would be in deep trouble if, in fact, NATO would have to fight a war in this part of the world. Because after, month and a half, we would really have to dig deep into the reserves that are not there. So that's another reason why deterrence is so absolutely key. And the fourth point, which again will be just symbolically important in Warsaw, that we should keep on the agenda. I'm not advocating for an immediate changes, but it's the open door policy, and that's an effective policies for NATO, for the countries in between us and Russia. We are drawing a very clear red line on the border of the Article 5 territory, and it's a question whether we are not drawing it a little bit too bright for the countries on the other side of the border who are between us and Russia. So that's the good news, next steps, and the bad news. And the bad news is if we raise our heads a little bit higher up, and we start talking about it in the previous panel, but I would want to put it even more clearly. If we look at the fundamentals, also something that Julian mentioned, I mean, I don't want to be in any way alarmist, but the Warsaw Summit will be, in fact, a Brexit summit. This is going to be the main point of conversation on a political side, because it will be critical to show the strength and the unity of the West, which is not fully guaranteed, not only because of Brexit, but also what we are, seeing developing in France, to some extent in Germany with the upcoming elections, and of course we have elections in U.S., the sole superpower in our alliance, and there is a major difference, of course, between the two candidates when it comes to U.S. alliance system. So I think these forces is something. Even though hooray, we have a battalion and a rotating brigade. When you sit in Warsaw and you look at the security situation and the system of alliances that we are part of, and sort of the guys on the other side, I'm not super happy at that moment, and sort of that's why the short answer good, the longer answer not good. I'll stop here. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And I would like to ask the next question. This question is, if the situation is so highly unstabilized and not clear, I would address this question to academics, not to politicians or soldiers. Why don't we analyze the alternative way of solving the problem of global security? If we are talking about the eastern flank of NATO, do you think that it's possible to have more successful than previously the next reset policy? And this question I would address to Mr. Dr. Kaim.
Oh, thanks a lot. Thank you.
You are our guest.
Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the organizers. Actually, I was still preparing my answer to your first question, but maybe I can combine the two questions. If you would ask me to describe the balance sheet of NATO for the last 2 years, in particular with regarding Russia, I would see 3 pluses and 1 big question mark. The first plus is this morning we were talking about the resolution of the unity of the Europeans and the Americans, not in the context of NATO, but in the different context with regard to sanctions to Russia. I would add an additional component of unity and resolve, meaning the Western emphasis to keep up the Euro-Atlantic security order as it is. This might sound a little bit banal or trivial to you, but I mean, we all have to keep in mind that 2 years ago there were voices in some European capitals, among my capital, saying, oh, there was the annexation of Crimea and the destabilization of eastern Ukraine, it's simply an accident, a minor accident, regrettable, but actually the Charter of Paris and what we connect to the Charter of Paris still works. And we have moved very quickly away from this position. I think that is, in my view, one of the big accomplishments of the Western community within NATO and within the European Union as well, to emphasize towards Russia again and again and again, we stick to the so-called or the famous rule-based international order embodied in the Charter of Paris and all following documents. I think that accomplishment shouldn't be underestimated. For a variety of reasons, I think we should be clear that it has to do also with some, not also with altruism, not only with altruism, but has an egoistic perspective, because we all know that Europe in the world has never been a military power and won't be never a military power, but to be influential in international affairs, in particular Europe, not the US, but Europe, needs a rule-based order. So it's not only about the Ukraine, it's also about us. So that would be my first big accomplishment. The second accomplishment where the where NATO or the alliance has been very clear has been the everything which is connected to reassurance measures. I don't have to elaborate on that. We will see the 4 battalions on a rotating basis. I think that sends a clear message to Russia as well as to the Central Eastern European countries. To be honest, I could have never imagined what a country like mine would contribute to the reassurance measures. If you would have asked me a couple of years ago, would Germany be ready to be the framework nation in Lithuania? Would Germany cooperate with Poland together in Stettin? I never could have imagined that. And I mean, I fully understand that, in particular in Polish eyes, that might seem to be insufficient, but compared to 3 years ago, 5 years ago, I think it's a major accomplishment. And I'm more familiar with the German situation, but I would compliment as well or congratulate other countries as well who contribute to these reassurance measures. So it's a strong signal. And at the same time, I think NATO was very wisely recalibrating its approach to Russia, or insofar squaring the circle, combining the reassurance measures with emphasizing, and that has been one of the most critical debates on the way to Warsaw, with emphasizing that the NATO Founding Act still holds, that we have an interest, difficult as it is, that the NATO Founding Act might serve as a bridge to cooperation, probably not tomorrow, and not the day after tomorrow, but in a couple of years. And maybe one day we will be happy to have it, and at the same time having a realistic, perspective on the NATO-Russia Founding Act and what can be accomplished with it, at least currently. My third big accomplishment from NATO side was the clear signal on dialogue, embodied in the return to the NATO-Russia Council. From all what we heard, it must have been a very unpleasant meeting in April with a very limited agenda and a limited cooperation. It was about the situation in the eastern Ukraine, it was about transparency measures, and it was about the situation in Afghanistan. But I think it was a very clever signal, not so much towards Russia, because I think we have been all realistic ahead of the first meeting of the NATO-Russia Council after 2 years, what can be accomplished with it. In my view, it was more of a signal to the smaller allies of NATO than to Russia per se, because one of the pieces of order Russia is envisioning is not talking to the smaller ones, talking only with the big guys, with the US, with the UK, with France, with Germany, and not talking to Lithuania and not talking to Estonia. And therefore, in my view, it was a very appropriate and even clever move of NATO to so to speak, to force Russia to an established form of multilateralism as we know it. And therefore, my point was it was necessary to reconvene the NATO-Russia Council, not with regard to Russia, but with regard to NATO cohesion, with regard to NATO cohesion. But which brings me to my big if. I mean, will this all be sufficient to counter Russia and to reintegrate Russia into the Euro-Atlantic security architecture in institutional terms and in normative terms as we envision? Probably not. Not for the foreseeable future. The longer the crisis exists, the more but I think a lot of observers get the impression that it's definitely not about recreating some kind of imperium. It's not even about creating a hegemony from the Russian perspective. It's mostly about domestic politics. It's about the Russian policy being driven by the concern of regime change in Russia. And if this analysis is correct, I think we should be prepared to expect more Russian assertiveness, more Russian aggression, not only in the context of the NATO summit, but maybe in the context of the parliamentary elections in Russia, and even in the presidential elections in Russia, because in those moments of insecurity, maybe to a certain degree, domestic unrest in Russia, we might see that the Russian regime returns to this aggressive posturing to detract the attention away from the political domestic situation. I'll leave it with that. Thank you.
Thank you for the final of your answer. It leads me to the next question. Let's come back to the fundaments, I mean values. And the question which I would like to address to Dr. Kujo is going like that. Do you think that the fundamental values for the West in the field of security is still democracy?
I'll jump into this and then try to bring my own thoughts about the Ukraine-Russia crisis into perspective. I think yes and no is the answer to your question. Remember, I lived in London for 21 years, and the city has been nicknamed Londongrad and Moscow on the Thames. You know, and I raise this all the time when I give talks, particularly to the EU officials, who tend to look down at the floor when I talk about this. The European Union talks to, and rightly so, complains about corruption in places like Ukraine and Russia, and at the same time, EU member states benefit from that corruption. I mean, United Kingdom, France, Austria, non-EU member states, Switzerland, etc., etc. Cyprus is a money laundering machine for Russia. I mean, so...
Mr. Boris Johnson as himself.
Yes. You know, the answer to your question is yes and no. And the problem with accepting all of this dirty money from parts of the world like Eurasia and elsewhere is that it reinforces the cynicism of Russian leaders. That they're not really into values. They don't really support values. They can all be bought. Putting things, everybody has a price. And you know, when he sees all of this money going into sort of Europe, he thinks, well, I'm right. We can buy a lot of people. And of course, Russia, and I just read an article yesterday saying that United States intelligence is now looking at something which you would think would have existed in the 70s and 80s, but it's now happening today. United States intelligence is looking at Russian buying of political influence in Europe, with the financing of extreme right-wing, probably extreme left-wing parties as well. So I think the answer to your question is yes and no. I think values are there. I think the good thing about that is that the Russian political culture, the post-Soviet political culture, Eurasian political culture, however you want to call it, does not understand values. Because they are cynics and they think everybody has a price, they do not understand the concept of people standing up for values. So the only way they can explain the Euromaidan or the Orange Revolution is because the CIA funded it. Because everybody who went and stood there got money from the CIA. They cannot understand the concept of somebody standing there for free, or somebody willing to die for those values, as people did on the Euromaidan. It's simply beyond their comprehension. And that, of course, is good. So the answer to your question, unfortunately, is yes and no. I think there has been a deterioration of that, and that, of course, has fed into Brexit, because of all the scandals with offshore money and corruption in high places, and the fact that the income gap between the very rich and the middle class and the poorer has got wider in the last 20 years. So, and the anti-bank mentality as well. So I think the answer to your question, we could spend 3 days or a week on this answer to this question. Okay, on more Ukraine-Russia, I have good, bad, and game changers. The good is that I would like to commend Vladimir Putin for increasing Ukrainian patriotism. He's done more than Ukraine nationalist leaders in this. And I joke that he should have probably a monument to Putin in Kiev in the near future. The support for NATO is at a record high in Ukraine, over 50%. That was never the case. In the 90s, it was around 30%. It's now over 50%. Even in Donbass, you have 20% support for NATO membership. And that's the same with, of course, EU, which is probably 60% or so. Thank you, Vladimir Putin. The pro-Russian lobby in Ukraine is dead, in terms of in parliament, in politics. There's a constitutional majority for the first time ever in favor of Europe, in a broad sense of in favor of the West. The pro-Russian lobby, which could get maybe up to 40, 50% in previous elections, is no longer possible. It's been totally discredited both by itself under Vladimir Yanukovych and, of course, since 2014 because of Russia. We shouldn't be just patting ourselves on the back about NATO doing a good job since 2014. The reason why NATO's had so much chance, so much time for over the last 3 years to come up with new strategies is because Ukrainians on the ground defeated Putin's plans. Let's be quite frank about this. Ukrainian patriots on the ground defeated Putin's plans for a new Russia, which is 8 regions of eastern and southern Ukraine. That was his plan, to detach that region from Ukraine, and also to occupy and control the entire Donbass. What has he got? The 6 provinces of so-called New Russia outside Donbass are in Ukrainian hands, and the Donbass Putin controls 1/3 to 1/2 of Donetsk and Luhansk. So he failed, and he failed because of Ukrainian patriotism on the ground. Even more so, he failed because of Russian-speaking Ukrainian patriotism, something that Putin and Russian experts, so-called in Moscow, do not understand to this day. They cannot understand the concept of a Russian-speaking Ukrainian patriot. There is greater expertise, and I said this in Washington a few weeks ago, and I'll say this in Warsaw. There's greater expertise on Ukraine in Warsaw than there is in Moscow. It's very simply why. Because Polish-Ukrainian reconciliation has been going for 50 to 60 years in the diaspora and in post-communist Poland. There has been no similar equivalent of Russian-Ukrainian reconciliation. So when Poles analyze the Ukrainian crisis or domestic Ukrainian politics, they do it without imperial baggage. Russia cannot do that to this day. And therefore, Putin believes, and he believed mistakenly, that a Russian speaker equals a Ruski equals pro-Putin. And that has been proven to be wrong. The battle lines, and I've been to the front line twice this year, the battle line is primarily between Russian speakers on both sides of the front line. 2/3 of Ukrainian troops on the front line are Russian speakers. That's the good side. On the bad side, I would say that Putin will be president for life. Let's not fool around here. He has plenty of money for future Botox operations. And even if Putin were to die or leave tomorrow, the person who replaced him would not change Russian policy. Let's not personalize this. Even Russian Democrats support the annexation of the Crimea. So there'll be no, even if Democrats, I don't think it's going to happen, even if Democrats come to power in Moscow, it will not change Russia's position on the Crimea. It'll change it on the Donbass. Russian Democrats are critical about Russia in East Ukraine, but not on the Crimea. And therefore, what we have is a frozen conflict in the Crimea. I think that's correct to describe it as such. But in the Donbass, it's not a frozen conflict. It's an unresolved conflict. Since Minsk II, hundreds of Ukrainian troops have died. This is an ongoing conflict because neither side has... A frozen conflict is when one side wins and imposes its solution on the other. In the frozen conflicts of the former USSR, the separatist regions with Russian support defeated the central government. This is not the case in the Donbass. Ukrainian forces, even as bad as they were in 2014, were on the verge of defeating separatists, and it required Russia's invasion in August of 2014 to change that. Another factor is that Minsk is not being fulfilled. I said it at the previous panel this morning, how diplomats and policymakers love to see the world not as it really is, but as they would like to see it. And this is true of Minsk. EU policymakers in particular keep talking about how Minsk is being fulfilled, or maybe not fulfilled, but it will be fulfilled. Putin has zero interest in fulfilling the Minsk Accords. Between Minsk I and Minsk II, the separatist ragtag forces were transformed into a military force with modern Russian equipment and training and organization, which is 35 to 40,000 strong, which is bigger than 14 out of 28 NATO armies. So the separatist forces are bigger than half of NATO's armies. You realize that. Between Minsk I and Minsk II, the economy and financial systems, as they are, of the separatist regions were taken under the control of Moscow, and Moscow now has a shadow government. Trains of cash come in every month to finance these two separatist regions. So Putin never had an intention to implement Minsk I and Minsk II. The path for that should be firstly security, then politics. Security would be return of the border control to Ukraine, withdrawal of Russian forces, and demilitarization. Putin cannot do those two steps because if he did, he would no longer be able to provide a security guarantee to the separatists that they cannot be defeated by Ukrainian forces. It's very simple. Because they would be. Without Russian security guarantee, the separatists would be defeated. So therefore, you cannot have the political solution, which the EU keeps demanding the Ukrainians do, which is local elections and special status for the Donbass. Because you can't, of course, you can't have local elections when there are Russian and separatist forces in such large numbers, and Ukraine does not control the border. Okay, the game changers. Firstly, we don't know what's going to happen with US presidential elections. If it's Hillary Clinton who wins, which I think it will be, then Ukraine, she may then support both houses of the US Congress and both US political parties in supplying defensive military equipment to Ukraine. If that happens, then other countries may follow, particularly Britain, Poland, and maybe Canada. So that is an important game changer, potentially. Thirdly, weakness on EU sanctions. I mean, if the EU stops sanctions against Russia or reduces them, then Putin will think he's got away with particularly Crimea, but also Donbass. And we're always concerned every 6 months, will the EU continue these sanctions? Fourthly, will Russia at some stage move from hybrid war, so low intensity conflict, to full invasion? I don't think that's likely, but we can't rule this out. Putin could require it for domestic purposes, or more importantly, he could get very frustrated with Ukrainians not moving to his scenario for Ukraine, which is a Bosnianized Ukraine, basically, that can be controlled by Moscow, can be controlled by Moscow through the separatist regions. The downside of a full invasion is that Ukraine is not Georgia, Moldova, or Azerbaijan. It's a very large country. South Ossetia is 30 kilometers from Tbilisi. Donbass is very far from Kiev. So you would need at least half of the Russian army, if not more, to occupy eastern and southern Ukraine. And we know that the little green men only account for 5 to 10% of the Russian army. The rest are just as bad as typically Russian army are. So, but that is certainly a scenario we have to take into account. I think it's unlikely, but the first line of defense we should remember for NATO's members on the eastern flank is Ukraine, because Ukraine's holding the fort. If Ukraine had failed, if Putin had been successful in 2014 in the Donbass and New Russia, NATO would not have had the time to prepare.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's come back to the Brexit. Unfortunately, but this is the very important issue. I would like to address this question to Professor Bayev. Do you think that, at first, I think that we have to have our eye open, and the Brexit matters, even in NATO, even if we heard in the last days a lot of statesmen coming out from Berlin or Washington or the other capitals that it doesn't matter for NATO and for security. It matters. In my opinion, I don't know if you do agree with me, but if it matters, do you think that Germany is ready to replace UK in its responsibility for the European security? You're right.
Well,
Tak точно.
I don't think any country can replace UK. There is certain qualities about UK that makes it unique. And Germany plays its own role, very important role, and probably above expectations. But replacing UK is not possible, again, in my opinion. So, really difficult question to me from you would be, to the last speaker, can you say anything that wasn't said before in that seminar? And I will try to say something which wasn't said before. In line of your first question, you said, do you think situation on this side of barricade is predictable, Brexit being the case? And I think generally, yes, it is. We see a lot of kind of cautiousness in Syria and kind of really control over hostilities in Ukraine. NATO conducted unprecedented anaconda exercises. I don't know who was the smart aleck who invented the name, a pretty horrible name. And what was Russia's response? Where were kind of snap exercises 3 times larger? No, they haven't happened. There were exercises, snap exercises earlier this year, much smaller size than the year before, and mostly in the southern district. Have you seen any Russia-organized protest in the Baltic states against NATO exercises? Very easy to organize, by the way. Money is available. I haven't seen any. So Russia is consistently, through 6 months of this year, playing the game of self-restraint with some success, and probably Brexit being one of them. Because one of the motivations for self-restraint is playing on the divisions, playing on the contradictions in the West. And the more pressure you apply, the less contradictions there are. Generally, West tends to get its act together. You are showing restraint, and the contradictions are coming to the surface. Had Putin played a stronger game against Brexit, I would think it might have an impact. He was very cautious, saying, I am not into this at all. No, yeah, and that essentially denied Cameron an opportunity to play that card. And there could be other motivations behind that self-restraint. It is open to interpretation. Certainly, you might point to the economy and saying Russian economy is doing horribly, and each of the Putin's victories before being it is for. There are no doctrinal guidelines, there is no strategic settings. In Gerasimov doctrine, there is nothing about that. Troops are not training for using them. They're just sitting there doing nothing. And it's a big asset if you use it correctly. There is a kind of strong temptation to put that asset into play, try to see what sort of political dividends you can gather from that. So extracting something from there, saying we have this weapon, we will now start actively training for its use. These are kind of field manual for how it will be used. Certainly will create an impact, particularly in Germany again, which with its very strong anti-nuclear sentiments. So that's kind of the extent in my worries. But nevertheless, Putin is experimenting on this way. I don't see him as a man with a plan. I see him as a man with an ambition who is experimenting, and in this sense, it is possible to influence, because the outcome of experiments are not up to him. It is very much up to this alliance, up to the responses of the member states, what sort of outcome he will get from these experiments, and I hope it's possible to keep him on the track of self-restraint. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you think that Minister Shoigu could be a Brutus? Could be a Brutus to Mr. Putin?
It is certainly in all the Putin court a man who stands out, because he is not one of Putin's people. He is his own man, with his own experiences, which are pretty unique in Russia, because probably he is one man of all Russian elite who have been out there in the country, standing next to every disaster area which happened. And he was not shy to make his hands dirty in these disaster areas. He was not making photo ops. He was really working on them. He knows what the country is really, in what shape it is. He has a very strong support in the military now. Very fresh still as a defense minister, but very much able to make a difference and to earn the respect in this very particular power structure. He still commands a lot of respect in his old Ministry of Emergencies. So he is certainly a man to watch for. He stands out, and kind of Putin understands that probably. He is very wary about how to play his subordinates, and Shoigu is not really an easy man to play. He is certainly very vain, and he is obviously very corrupt. That doesn't distinguish him from others. But in many other respects, he is someone to watch.
As he is a corrupt, he is controlled.
You know, in the Russian system, kind of corruption is not really anymore a means of control. You know, everybody is there, and what exactly capacity of taking him down because of this, I really cannot say. He is not throwing money. His lifestyle is not really such that you will kind of find it easy to grasp him on that sensitive body part. But nevertheless, probably for Putin that is something which makes Shoigu acceptable in this very important role. Probably Putin knows how to control them.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time for you. If you would like to ask question or make some... Yes, please.
Witam Państwa, Agencja Top News.
Good afternoon, Derek House, Top News Agency. I would like to ask a question which is definitely a concern to the public opinion in Poland. Something that was not really mentioned until now in today's debate. Namely the black extremist forces in the Ukraine. In Poland we refer to them as fascists. Do you actually see the possibility of a black scenario transpiring? Can you imagine the Ukraine taking a totally different direction altogether? That Ukraine will walk away from the pro-European and pro-democratic road. We do have such concerns in Poland. We have heard such concerns in Poland.
That this question's come up. I don't understand why somebody from Poland would be basically repeating Putin's propaganda about fascism running wild in Ukraine. This is part of the Soviet mentality, which is very typically in Moscow. In the Soviet Union, if you disagreed with Soviet policies, whether you were a national communist, Democrat or nationalist, you were a bourgeois nationalist and a Nazi hailing and funded by the CIA or Mossad. Today, if you are a supporter of the Orange Revolution or Euromaidan, you are a fascist and funded by the CIA as well. So it's just part of the same mentality. The far-right forces in Ukraine have one of the lowest electoral supports in Europe. In the 2014 elections, two political forces, Svoboda and Pravy Sector, got a combined 6%. Neither got through the electoral threshold, so neither came into parliament. So the one time when Svoboda entered parliament was in 2012 with 10%, and that was because it was a protest vote against Yanukovych. So the far right is not popular. It's very simple why it's not popular in Ukraine. It's a regionally diverse country with a large number of Russian speakers. You have a large body of Russian-speaking Ukrainian patriots. But you might find it very amusing to hear that a large number of the people fighting inside those right-wing volunteer battalions, which are now part of the Ministry of Interior or Defense, including Pravy Sector, are Russians or Russian speakers. I was on the front line of the conflict in May, and literally on the front line, the separatist forces were 800 meters away, and I met a Pravy Sector soldier. He was an ethnic Russian from Ukraine. So, you know, this is a peculiarity of Ukraine, that you don't have to be a West Ukrainian Galician nationalist to be a part of these groups. You also have to understand that the Jewish question in Ukraine, because the Jewish population of the Donbass has fled from the separatist regions to so-called fascist Ukraine. So if that part of Ukraine was really fascist or run by fascists, which is a bit unusual because the prime minister is Jewish in Ukraine, then why would they be fleeing there? It's very simple, because in the separatist regions they have revived the Soviet propaganda against Zionism. And if you remember the Soviet Union, it always campaigned against Zionism. This was camouflage anti-Semitism in the Soviet Union. And now you have a revival of this anti-Zionist rhetoric and propaganda in the separatist regions, which is coming from, particularly from Russia, from extremist and really Nazi political forces from Russia. You know, the two things I would add to this quickly are, firstly, the real crazies, and I mean crazies and extremists fighting in the Donbass are coming in from Russia. They're not homegrown in the Donbass. These are Nazi groups like Russian Nationalist Unity Party. They have a swastika as their album. They do this, you know. You have monarchists. You have like Girkin, who believe Ukraine does not exist. There is no such thing as a Ukrainian people. You have Eurasianists. You have imperialists. You have all sorts. All of the crazy groups in Russia have sent their volunteers to Ukraine. Of course, with the assistance of the Russian intelligence services, because they would not be able to do that. They would not be able to mobilize, advertise, and train in Russia, and then cross the border without the green light from the Russian intelligence services. And these are fighting on the separatist side. You also have an influx of extreme right and extreme left groups from Europe fighting alongside the separatists, because they are fighting against NATO, American imperialism, Zionism, you name it, as well. So it's a very bizarre kind of eclectic group of people. And then added to this, you have, of course, Putin financing extreme right-wing groups in Europe. So, you know, and then, of course, they have the audacity to call the Ukrainians, Euromaidan regime, a fascist regime. So, you know, welcome to the surreal world of Russia.
Thank you very much. And we have to remember also about the announcements similar to this announcement of Ms. Savchenko since the last few days.
Jeszcze jeden komentarz, bardzo krótki, na temat tego wymiaru
A
polskiego.
very short commentary with regard to the Polish dimension of the matter. All right, avoiding any kind of external motives. We are definitely facing the rise of a debate concerning very difficult Polish-Ukrainian matters. That debate is definitely born in a bilateral context only. Nonetheless, it goes without saying that it does translate onto the geostrategic position of Poland and Ukraine alike. So I suggest that we exercise extreme caution. It is very, very easy to set demons free, and harnessing them is a totally different thing altogether. I do believe that this is something that might escape the attention of our foreign guests. Nonetheless, then those unharnessed demons can become debate in Poland.
Unfortunately, this is not so easy. Yes, I know. Okay. Proszę bardzo.
I would like to turn our discussion to the main topic, cooperation versus rivalry with Russia. And I would have a question to each one of you, gentlemen. What are we going to offer Russia? German ambassador was kind enough to remind us of Harmer report, and I lived in this time too, when the West, NATO, has offered dialogue and cooperation under certain conditions. And if not, West was ready to build up its military and political might to confront Russia. So Russia was considering pro and contra, and as we remember, the Cold War slowly was wiped out. Now, we know from this discussion today that Russia is not giving up Crimea. Russia is not ready, and I think it will, for a long time, will not close the borders with Ukraine. And considering the internal situation, political situation in Russia, it will be very hard to resign from its influence in Donbass, especially that they count on changes in Ukraine towards tilting her towards Russia back in, let's say, a decade or so, because of lack of support from West or wrong consequences of democratic and economic reforms in Ukraine. So there is no reason for Russia to give up its policy. It can be restraining itself for some time, or again pushing a little bit, or not playing the game. As Pavel has said, it has the initiative. So what we West are offering? Because today we offer cooperation on part of several countries. I will not name them also, taking a clue from some of you here. I will not name the countries who are saying, let's forget the sanctions, they are not working. Let's forget sanctions because they're actually giving us nothing, and we are losing economically. Let's play down the importance of these values and Helsinki system of rules and so on, because life is more powerful and we have to confront the reality. So what are we actually offering? Resignation from our stand or something else? Or because we say dialogue. What dialogue? About what? Cooperation. Giving up what we have demanded? What's your answer? Thank you.
Colleagues, I leave this to you.
I'm happy to start, but you guys should. Probably more.
I think you are the biggest provocateur now, not
me. I was talking about the second reset.
Okay, I will start. I mean, one, you know, I don't think we differ here at all, because I'm very skeptical about the outcome of a dialogue. But you know, one is we have to get used to the competition rather than the dialogue. Just the fact that we want to talk doesn't, or some in the alliance want to talk, doesn't mean that this is the right time for this, and it's going to be most likely a long-term competition. There is even a limit. The second point will be there is a limit to the transparency conversations, which actually have not been met with any progress on the Russian side, either through OSCE or NATO. Russia still likes to fly without transponders and everything like this, and that's because unpredictability is an advantage. Gives Russia an advantage, because we are the cautious ones in this. So I'm not seeing necessarily a huge win there. One area where potentially there is a benefit to dialogue, and I think Marcus might have mentioned this, and I'm just coming back also last week from Lisbon. We were talking about with some colleagues there. I mean, and it's the cohesion of NATO. The fact is that if you travel to more southern parts or far west, there's just such a different perspective on Russia that if we don't talk, we are risking the cohesion. But when we talk, we have to be very clear-eyed, and it's going to be very difficult, of course, that we should talk on our terms without expectation of anything quick. Now, whether we can preserve this clear-eyed approach to dialogue, I'm not 100% convinced. This is the danger, of course, because there is just unless we are willing to give up the things that you mentioned, which we shouldn't, at least, there will be no progress from the Russian side. There is just nothing in for them. But that's my Warsaw view.
Proszę bardzo.
There is a general question about the dialogue and possibility of dialogue between a rabbit and wolf.
I would make a distinction maybe on three levels. The first one would be the bilateral one. And here the title would be "Make the status quo less dangerous or as safe as possible." Something you mentioned before, with the limits you mentioned. The second level would be the multilateral, referring to the Euro-Atlantic security architecture. And I think there is no other way than emphasizing that NATO member states stick to the commitments of the Charter of Paris. And that certain set naturally limits to the dialogue with the current Russian government. But I think any, let's call it informal erosion of the Charter of Paris or the Paris Acquis would be detrimental to European interests, maybe more even to the European interest, to the US interest. And then I would see the third level, the international one. And here I think the political reality kicks in. I think we are all realistic that with regards to Europe or the Euro-Atlantic security architecture, we should get used to some kind of competition or dark age or whatever you prefer. Regardless of that, I think there's cooperation needed and possible with regard to crises outside of Europe. And we all know them, be it North Korea, be it Iran, be it Syria. And that reflects, in my view, to a certain degree, the level of ambition of the NATO-Russia Council. NATO-Russia Council has never been successful in negotiating the structure of the Euro-Atlantic security architecture. The NATO-Russia Council has been, at least to a certain degree in the past, been successful regarding issues outside of Europe. The security situation in Afghanistan, dismantling the chemical arsenal of Syria and other things. So that would be perfectly in line with this tradition. But at the end of the day, we should be all very realistic. dialogue will be very one-sided and pretty limited.
Yes, it is a question of very particular kind of bargaining. And each situation is special. We cannot really draw lessons from Marmel report. Back then, at least, that was a far more stable situation where on the Soviet side, then, it was a lot of kind of ideological conviction that time was on their side. And now Putin feels the time pressure very acutely. And if you can suggest him an increase in oil price, he will jump on the bargain. I don't think it is possible to organize. One issue where he will give you full attention is ballistic missile defense. And that is a very peculiar sort of, and I think Francois Heisburg again referred to that rather elliptically, saying doesn't make any strategic sense, huge irritant to Russia, something where at least the beginning of a dialogue appears possible. And certainly that might help in preventing Russian experiments in the nuclear area. So I would give that a serious thought.
Everything all my colleagues are bigger expertise on NATO, so I defer to them, but I would just add that we should go into any negotiations or look at Russia or research Russia with open eyes, without illusions. And what I mean by that is that, as I mentioned previously, if Putin goes tomorrow, there will be no change in Russian policy. That Eurasianism as the central doctrine, central ideology of Russia, that this is a unique civilization, neither European or Asian, that the negative other for Russia is the West, will continue, regardless of whether Putin is in power or not. And it doesn't matter, I mean, all this criminology about Shoigu, so what? If Shoigu comes to power, he won't change Russian policy. It makes no difference if it's Shoigu, Lavrov, Putin. Russia has arrived at its destination. And it will not change in this sense for the foreseeable future. We can't say forever, of course, but for the foreseeable future. Democrats will not come to power in Russia. There will not be a democratic revolution in Russia. I would love it to be the case, but it's not going to happen. And so the Russia we have today is the Russia we should expect down the road. And that means that this is, we have to bear this in mind when we negotiate and look at Russia. So I would just add this.
Thank you. Some more questions? Yes, please. Finally, we have a lady.
Ewa Hołuszko. Ja mam pytanie.
Ewa Hołuszko, I have a question regarding frozen conflicts. As we keep talking about the open conflict in Donbass, where we can talk about the newly opened Nagorno-Karabakh, but these frozen conflicts, such as Moldavia, Transnistria, also relate to some extent to NATO countries via the European Union or associated countries, but the conflict in Transnistria, you have Moldova, where they speak Romanian, and it partly affects Romania, which is a NATO member. Not to mention Ukraine, on the back of whom this conflict is raging. So do you foresee NATO? Will NATO in the near future be looking for a way to resolve such conflicts together with the European Union, because these are associated countries? Or will silence continue to reign? I mean, you can, of course, answer in English, although I prefer to ask questions in Polish.
Well, if you read Russian or watch Russian TV propaganda, NATO's already there. I mean, you can believe this or not, but Russian volunteers come from Russia to fight in the Donbass, thinking they are going to fight America and NATO in Donbass. So this is what is already on Russian television propaganda. I think it's not a frozen conflict because I don't see Russian. I take your point, Pavel. I mean, you make good points, but Russia is not adopting restraint, self-restraint in the Donbass. If it adopted self-restraint in the Donbass, then Putin would implement Minsk II, and there would be security then political progress. Well, you know, there's not the separatist forces are controlled completely by Russian officers, and if that is the case, they could stop the separatists firing every day, which is on average 50 to 100 times they fire into Ukrainian lines and kill Ukrainian soldiers. So that is not self-restraint. This is a continuation of a typical conflict to keep it bubbling along, which means Ukraine has to spend resources and keep troops, 100,000 troops on the eastern front, on the eastern border, on eastern Ukraine, sorry. This is not a frozen conflict because it's not a resolved conflict. I mean, in Transnistria, South Ossetia, Abkhazia, and Nagorno-Karabakh, the separatists won with Moscow's support. In Armenia, in Azerbaijan, Nagorno-Karabakh, it was a bit different, of course, because Armenia did a lot of the work itself. But nevertheless, this was done with the separatists defeated the Azerbaijanis, the Georgians, and the Moldovans. The separatists in the Donbass did not defeat Kiev, and therefore the Ukrainian side has not defeated the separatists have not defeated Kiev. So it's not a frozen conflict, it's a conflict which will continue indefinitely because Putin has not achieved his objective, which is to have Kiev basically include these separatist regions in Ukraine as having a veto over Kiev's domestic and foreign policies. So this is what he would like the separate. No Ukrainian politician would ever agree to that. If he did, it would be the end of that politician. Ukrainian soldiers told me on the front line, if Poroshenko signs a separate status to the Donbass, it would be the end of Poroshenko. Ukrainian soldiers told me this. I mean, and they mean it. So there's really, I don't see, you know, at the moment it's going to be a continuing conflict. For NATO, yes, I mean, at the moment there are 7 countries, primarily NATO, except for Israel and Georgia, who are training Ukrainian forces. And that training could be increased, it could be spread beyond soldiers to the National Guard of the Interior Ministry, which is the equivalent of Carabinieri in Italy or Civil Guard in Spain. And it could be spread to the border troops as well, which are important, which still need a lot of reform. So there's a lot of work. NATO is primarily focused since 1994 in Partnership for Peace on the military cooperation, not on and reform in the military, not on these non-military security forces. So there's work there to do. NATO itself could learn a lot from Ukrainian forces who have experienced hybrid war. There are many examples of Americans and British forces coming to train Ukrainian forces, and the Ukrainian forces are showing the NATO forces about how hybrid war really works. I mean, and a lot of educators, yes. I mean, they've seen it in practice. They haven't just read about it. They've seen it in practice. So there's a lot. I think, you know, as I mentioned, if Hillary Clinton wins the U.S. presidential elections, that could be a game changer on certain types of defensive military equipment, like anti-tank weapons, for example.
Thank you. Just a few words. I know time is running fast. Certainly, the explosion of the hybrid war in Ukraine has changed a lot of the context of the whole problem of frozen conflict. Which, you know, before that, it was one of the features of one of the heritage of the collapse of the Soviet Union. It's, you know, they were all rooted in that catastrophe and gradually acquiring a bit of legitimacy in that capacity. Now with Crimea being so demonstratively occupied and incorporated into the Russian Federation, the context changed. They are not seen much the same way. At the same time, much less impact on the immediate development of this conflict than one could have expected. Yes, we had a bit of a spasm around Nagorno-Karabakh, but really not much. And the Georgian two conflicts remain in much the same situation, only probably gradually going down in terms of their economic situation. Transnistria stands apart. You're right about focusing on that, because for Russia it is now logistically, strategically very difficult to connect with that bit of a territory which used to be effectively under control of Russian peacekeepers. You have to go across Ukraine, and you really cannot do that for in any meaningful sense. It has become a bit of a lost legion down there. It is a vulnerability as far as Russia is concerned. Whether it's exploitable, whether it is possible to put pressure on that to move on. You know, being Moldova a bit of less of a mess than it really is, it could have been. But Moldova being what it is, it's rather difficult to find a way to move forward on that. Still, there is a potential there of making suddenly from that a success story in resolving the kind of long-dragging problem, in finding a solution maybe with a bit of pressure, including pressure from Ukraine, which is a big party to that situation. In fact, for what I understand, a lot of Russian speakers in Transnistria are in fact Ukrainians. So in this regard, yes, it is very different from others. It deserves a bit of extra attention. There could be a potential there.
Few words. One is that Russia is very consistent with the frozen conflict policy. I mean, some of them are more frozen than others. Some of them are like Donbass are not really frozen at all, and they are bleeding wounds to Ukraine in this case. I mean, it's consistent in the sense that it's security through instability. If we look at borders of Russia, there are frozen or less or more frozen conflicts all around, all right? And it's sort of providing the buffer zone in a way. So I think that feature is probably not going away anytime soon. But you also asked about, and actually one slight disagreement here with Pavel about Georgian, especially South Ossetia. If you talk with the Georgians, they will tell you, well, it's actually very much salami approach. I mean, they have been moving by a couple hundred meters here and a couple hundred meters there. So it's sort of crippling annexation. And we'll see how long it can remain sort of frozen in this sense. But then it's a question of what NATO does about it. And there is a small answer to what Taras pointed out, and I very much agree that cooperation on border security is one area where there can be much more done, and there is actually interest on the NATO side. There are technical progress. And projects that are going forward that will be part of the comprehensive package with Ukraine coming out of Warsaw, all good, right? But I think your question exposes much deeper challenge that we are having, and it's the absolute lack of ideas and lack of progress on NATO's open door policy. I mean, and I don't have any good, easy answer either. I mean, we'll have Montenegro join the alliance, but if you talk if you have a dinner or whatever, if you talk off the record with the Ukrainians or Georgians or whatnot, I mean, they see very clearly that we don't know what to do. And the more we are very clear on the reassurance and strengthening and deterrence on our side of the Article 5 territory, the clearer it is the contrast between the alliance and the partners, especially between NATO and Russia. And there is just, we are very much stuck on what to do with open door policy, and very much sort of having the Europe whole and free visions, the dilemma, or in reverse at this moment. So I think that's something to be clearly figured out after Warsaw.
Thank you very much. There was a word dinner. It reminds me about lunch. It reminds me about lunch. Yes, Director, Professor.
Lunch,
Professor
lunch,
is
lunch,
going.
lunch.
Thank you very much, Professor, for the conference.
Dziękuję bardzo również. Proszę Państwa,
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that the conference, the discussion was to your liking and that it fulfilled your expectations. Our foundation tried to address a topic that is very important in terms of security policy in the Euro-Atlantic area and its periphery. We haven't covered all the topics, but such a brief conference could not have covered all the topics. The geopolitical reality in the east and the northeastern flank of NATO requires counter steps by the alliance, and this is what we would expect from the Warsaw Summit. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasant job of thanking all my entire team, everybody who supported the foundation, everybody who helped organize this conference. So once again, I would like to thank my staff because it was a lot of hard work that they put into organizing this conference. And in closing, I'd like to thank our interpreters because it was a challenge to translate complex and convoluted language into English or Polish, as the case may have been. Thank you to our interpreters. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this great debate. We face a disrupted world. I think it is a clear situation. A series of new challenges requiring innovative, comprehensive solutions. In the face of all that is going on in the world, it would be easy to get apart. But I'm an optimist. NATO allows me to be optimistic, and its long record of renovating itself when the circumstances change and in getting the job done in good times and in bad. All the best to you all, ladies and gentlemen. All the best to the Warsaw NATO Summit. Thank you for your attention. Good luck.
Panie profesorze, ostatnie pytanie.
Professor, one last question. Will the website of the foundation... Yes, all of this has been recorded and will be posted on our website and on Defense 24. Thanks to our panelists, thanks to all our guests and our moderators. I trust that the eastern flank will be strengthened.